Good morning to Shamiri Summit 2025 Wires and Signals. My name is Nicole Bett and I'll be your host throughout the day. We will discuss, explore, and engage on the conversations around the connections that help us keeping. We will hear from brilliant minds, thinkers, innovators, and everyone who helps us with the signals and the structures and the systems that push the digital age. Before we start, we will have a lovely performance from Grammy-nominated Zinia Mana.
Hi everybody. How are you all feeling today? Mixed reviews. That's all right. It's really early. My name is Zinia Manasseh, and I am very grateful to be here. I'm going to sing some of my music for you. And the first song I'm singing is a song called Wild Ride that I actually wrote about a relationship that I had with somebody else, but as I was thinking about it, I started thinking that it could also be interpreted as it being about a relationship with yourself and the internal battle that you go through, especially when you know better and you're just trying to do better. And you know, there's really no hiding once you know what the right thing to do is, but it's a journey, especially when you're just getting to know yourself. So I don't know if you guys are in the mood to sing with me, but there's a line in the song that says, "I'm more than enough," and I just wanted to have that in there to affirm myself all the time. So can I teach it to you? Okay, I just need the key. If you can just start the song. I'm more than... Okay, just pause it. So you'll sing, I'm more than enough. Simple enough? Can I hear you do it? 1, 2. I'm more than enough. Okay, now I'm gonna not sing. 1, and... Okay, great. I'll cue you. Hate to bring this back up again. I wish that I was feeling different. Can't pretend I might need more medicine. It's getting worse, feel the poison sitting in. Out of my mind, cause you told me you love me, I'm weighing the proof. You tipped the scales when you didn't wanna lose. And thought you knew cause you thought I was guarded. Planted the seeds but in one of the garden. I don't wanna believe we said goodbye. I wish I gave it a try. Cause I notice I'm afraid to be on my own. But I know that it's better than pretending that you're still home. You've become a stranger. Don't need to stay here for nothing. That's me being honest. You got a taste of my own, and I got it back. And I remember, how could you defend her? And even worse is I know that I knew better. It's crazy how I lost my way. Ink all on the page, start a different chapter. Write out my happy ever after. I'm more than, yeah. Though I can't believe we said goodbye. I know that I tried. I'm no longer afraid to be on my own. So I know that it's better than pretending that you're still home. You've become a stranger, no longer afraid. Oh, better than pretending that you're still home. So this is where you'll sing. I lied. That's me being honest. You you gotta taste. It's actually here. So you say, I'm more than enough. Your turn. I'm more than enough. I'm gonna do it a few times again. I'm more than enough. I'm more than enough. Now just you. I'm more than. Yeah, but you gotta sing it like you believe it, you know. Affirm yourself. I'm more than enough. 2 more times, 'cause you are. It did get louder. Okay, last time, like you really believe it. Beautiful. Thank you. And the next one, this song is called Watu Wangu, which if you are not a Swahili speaker, it means my people. And I think it's very important to give thanks for the community that we have. Just everybody that's there as we go through life and all our journeys. And I was so moved at this point in my life for the community that I had and just how much they helped me get through pretty much every stage of my life. And so I wrote this song to just say thank you. Oh, this one also has a part that you sing. I didn't do it on purpose, I promise. See, things like this don't happen for everybody. And I can't count how many times I thought that you would leave me lonely. But you'll stay by my side, my real ride or dies, light up my life. I promise sijawaiskia hivi. I had to take the time to tell you just how much I appreciate you. Take the time to really celebrate you. Don't need a special occasion. No, I don't need a special occasion. No, just to tell you just how much I love you. And to tell you that I'll really always be about you. Let this be a reminder for you to know that I'll always come through for you. One up in the air for the people that hold you down. And one up in the air for the people holding up your crown. Nyinyi watu wangu mazee, nyinyi watu wangu. Sitawahi kuacha msijale, sitawahi kuacha msijale. Hey, oh, and you usually sing oh, and you go oh, you go oh. One more time, oh, 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 oh. Mngejua pali nilitoka, mngejua mbona naogopa mtanitoroka, woga wangu unanikoroga. 'Cause what did I do to deserve you? I hope I make you feel the way I do. I'm hoping that you know you've got me too. I'm hoping that you know that I see you. Take the time to tell you just how much I appreciate you. Take the time to celebrate you. I don't need a special occasion. No, I don't need a special occasion. Oh, just to tell you just how much I love you. Tell you that I'll really always be about you. Let this be a reminder for you to know that I'll always come through for you. One up in the air for the people that hold you down. And one up in the air for the people holding up your crown. Nyinyi watu wangu wazee, nyinyi watu wangu. Sitawahi kuacha msijale, sitawahi kuacha msijale. Hey, hey, oh, 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 you guys feel warmed up. Thank you for singing with me. And my name is Zinia Manasseh once again.
For coming. My name is Tom. I am the founder of Shamiri, and I'll be your host over the next 2 days. We're really glad and we're really excited that all of you have made it for this year's Shamiri Summit. And you've made it really bright and early. We were hoping to start at 9, but we're going to start now at 9:50, which is not bad, kind of given Kenyan standards. But I want to thank all of you, for coming to this summit. And the first thing that I want to do for the next 3 to 5 minutes is just paint a picture and just give you a roadmap of what to expect over the next 2 days, and then we can get started. So this year, we chose this theme of wires and signals. And basically, what we were trying to do this year during the Shamiri Summit with this theme of wires and signals is that we were trying to explore 3 things. And the 3 things that we're going to really try to explore for the next 2 days. The first thing that we're going to try to explore is around the systems that we build. And by systems, we're talking about everything, be it from data and research, be it from policy, be it from an implementation perspective, be it also from a historical perspective with regards to the systems that we've already built up to now. The second thing that we're going to explore is the messages that these systems carry. What do they tell us about the state of mental health in general, the state of being able to scale up, evidence-based solutions, the state of research, the state of policy, the state of implementation. And importantly, we're going to reflect on the future that these systems and the messages that they carry can help us create. How do we think about tomorrow? What do we do building on this foundation that we have? What are the new priorities that should emerge for those of us who are working in implementation, those of us who are working in research, those of us who are working in policy, and those of us who are just like allies and interested in this space of mental health. So that's what we are hoping to achieve with this year's theme. And we think this year's theme is particularly more timely, just given how much data and technology has become a really significant thing over the last few years. From big data over the last 10, 15 years to artificial intelligence. The ways in which the systems that we build, the messages they carry, and the future that they create interact has really, really changed. And we also hope to explore this theme of how these emerging technologies, can help us, really think about this theme. So that's why we came up and we decided to focus this year's theme on wires and signals. So we've designed what we hope will be 2 days of inspiration and motivation. We hope that you will leave here really inspired by the amazing work that different people from around Kenya and East Africa and the world are doing. And we also importantly hope that you leave here motivated to take action, to do something, to change behavior. Because as we'll talk about in our second session today, change and impact only happens when someone does something. And we hope that after these 2 days of inspiration, you will have that motivation to want to do something. And we've organized the event to go across 6 tracks. And I'll briefly talk about these tracks. The first track is a science track, and the science track will encourage us to think about data, to think about evidence, and to think about how this informs where we are and where we're going. And just to give a little bit of like a preview of what we will be talking about in the science track, later today we will be having this panel on building the data foundation for Africa. And in this panel, we're going to be having speakers who will be telling us about what currently exists from our data and evidence infrastructure, how we're continuing to build and strengthen on this, and basically just like lay the foundation for that track over the next 2 days. We will have another panel on what the data tells us, and in this panel we're going to be listening to a few people who will be presenting some of the research they've been working on, over the last, 2 years. And we'll also have a case study, and this case study, the aim of the case study will be to give us a very practical example of how an organization can embed data and evidence in their approach by doing a case study of how we at Shamiri have done it, how we have, in building the Shamiri model, used data throughout and, collected evidence to support, our work. So that's just a little bit of an overview of what the science track will be all about. This year, for the first time, we're also having a tech track. And this tech track is all about thinking about technology, data, artificial intelligence, and all the things that come with it. And one of the standout sessions which will be happening after lunch today will involve us exploring what AI really means in our context. Is it a bubble? Is it just a buzzword that everyone is using? Or is there an opportunity for us to leverage AI for those of us who are working in this context? And in this panel, we'll listen to different folks, including those who are actually leveraging and using AI from maternal health to evidence generation. We'll also be listening to folks who are funding organizations which are leveraging AI. And the idea here is just to give us an opportunity to explore the potential of AI in our context. So I'm really excited about this panel, and I hope you are as well. Outside of the tech track, we have a doer track, and the doer track is for those of us who are at the front line. It's for the psychologists, psychiatrists, teachers, implementing organizations that work at the front line of implementing some of this programming. And in this doer track, we will be talking about how organizations can work together because we are stronger together and we can achieve more impact if we collaborate. We will be talking about who pays, especially with how the funding landscape has changed. How can organizations build more sustainable models that allow them to be sustainable financially in the long run? And we'll also hear stories from the field. We'll hear, practitioners, implementers tell us about the experiences implementing different types of interventions and programmings across the country. So that's the doer track. The fourth track is the policy track. And the policy track is really important because policy is a really crucial enabler for us to be able to scale impact. We need to think about, do we have the right policy infrastructure that allows us to be able to do all of this wonderful work that we want to do with tech, that we want to do with science, that we want to do with implementation. And here, just to give you a preview of what's happening, we'll be having a session that's talking about policy from a data perspective. As we are, collecting all of this data, trying to leverage AI, the issues around data protection, issues around consent, and especially with regards to mental health, which is a really sensitive, field. And so that panel will be talking about how to do that. We will also be having a panel that thinks about what always comes up every time we talk with folks from the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education. There is a big gap between our policy position and what the actual realities on the ground are. And so how can we close that divide between what our policy pledges are and what the realities on the ground are? And the last track is the education track. And the education track is targeted towards those of us who are working in the education sector, be it teachers, be it psychologists, etc. And here we will be talking about how can we build school systems that help, promote flourishing. And we'll be talking about similarly closing the policy and practice gap from an education perspective. And this last session will also include folks from the policy track and the education track together. So those are the 5 sub-tracks, and at the beginning of every day, we will also be having this main track where we all come together. And in this main track, we are really excited about the programming that we have designed for this main track. So today, apart from listening to remarks and comments by our guest speakers, We will have a lecture by Dr. Zul where he will give us a little bit of an overview of what the emerging science over the last 2 to 5 years has been when it comes to human flourishing and mental health. And we'll also be having panels that will be bringing together people from all of these different tracks to talk about different things. So really excited for the main stage. The main stage is obviously here. But apart from this, we will be having 2 other things which will be happening on the side. The first are these spotlight talks. So they are supposed to be 5 to 7 minute talks by folks who are early stage career individuals, where they'll try to synthesize a topic which is really relevant to what we are talking about here on stage for us. And as you have seen when you're coming out, we have these research posters by current university students from local universities who've put together, research posters about some of the research that they're doing in the course of their work. And I encourage you to view them during the breaks, but at 4 p.m. we'll have a poster session where you are all welcome to go through each of the posters, listen to these young people who've spent a lot of time and energy, not only doing the research, but putting in, the posters. So also really, excited about that. So that's a little bit, of an overview of what to look forward to over the next 2 days. And with that, just housekeeping notes. I always forget about the housekeeping notes. So as you were told when you came in, we do have restrooms on the left. There is Wi-Fi. I think the code for the Wi-Fi is Shamiri. There's also a QR code on your tables that you can use to send questions during the panels, but also give us feedback on how we can improve the sessions. And so with that, let's get started. And to kick us off, I also forget to say a big thank you to all of our partners who've made this day possible. So we'll get started now, and to kick us off, we will start with a spotlight talk from Faith Kamal. Faith.
Hey, everyone, good morning. So, as we've just heard from Tom, the theme of our summit this year is Wires End. Wonderful. So for us to be able to examine the systems that we build, the messages that they carry, and the collective futures that they can create, I'd like to tell you about findings from one of the largest multi-year studies on adolescent mental health that has been carried out in Kenya and Africa. And we carried out this study in 2021, 2022, and 2023. We surveyed 7,865 students across 27 schools in 4 counties. And the reason that this study was really important to us, I'll give you 2 reasons. The first reason is that globally, only about 3% of all research on adolescent mental health has been carried out in sub-Saharan Africa. So this means that for the longest time, we've been making decisions about youth mental health based on data from contexts that are far removed from our own realities. The second reason is that Kenya's median age is just 20. And so in a country that is this young, the mental health of our young people is not just a side issue. It's a foundation for our country's future. So when we carried out this study, we used 2 validated tools. The first tool that we used is a PHQ-8. The PHQ-8 is used to measure depression. And one of the questions that it asks is, in the past 2 weeks, have you been feeling down? Have you been feeling depressed or hopeless? Then we also used the GAD-7, which measures anxiety. And one of the questions it asks is, in the past 2 weeks, how often have you not been able to stop or control your worrying? And we used these tools, despite them being Western-derived tools, because currently they are the gold standard for measuring depression and anxiety. And other studies internationally have used them, and they have found them to work in the local Kenyan context. And so when we carried out this study, we found that over the 3 years, so from 2021, 2022, and 2023, the rate of depression was overall at 30%, and anxiety was at 25%. However, there were temporal patterns that are really important to talk about. Specifically, in 2021, the rate of depression was at its peak. And this was right after the global pandemic, COVID. We all remember COVID, right? I'm sure we all do. So as we can see here, the rate for depression in 2021 was at 42%, and the rate for anxiety was at 38%. And then in 2022, the rates went down, which is likely linked to the schools reopening. The rate for depression was at 26% and 22% for anxiety. However, in 2023, the rates rebounded, and depression was back again at 30% and 23% for anxiety. So as you can see that there are temporal variations that are really important to take note of. So overall, despite the fact that 1 in 3 of the adolescents met the clinical threshold for depression and anxiety, we can see that the prevalence rates themselves respond to circumstances. The COVID-19 pandemic was a huge blow on the mental health of the young people. However, when the schools reopened, that helped their mental health. But we can't just say that the schools reopening helped the issue and solved the issue, because again in 2023, the rates went back up. So this means despite the crisis being over at the time, there were still circumstances that the young people were facing that were still affecting their mental health. So let's talk about who we found to be most at risk. When we looked at the demographic and the psychosocial factors, there were a few variables that emerged and were really important to take note of. So the first is that students in their final year of school had the highest rates of depression and anxiety when you compare them to students who were in lower forms. And this is likely due to the KCSE examinations, which were right around the corner for them. And as we can imagine, the academic stress really affected their mental health. The second thing that we noticed is that students who were in girls' schools had significantly higher symptoms of depression and anxiety compared to those who were in boys' schools, and even those who were in mixed schools, which was a really interesting finding for us. So it means that there are likely environmental factors and variables that affect them that we are yet to learn about and that we need to invest in and find out more about. And so the third thing we noticed was that academic performance had strong associations with better mental health. So students who described their academic performance as being excellent, their mental health had a lot of improvements, and they had better mental health than those students who said that their mental health was poor. But we didn't stop there. We went further into the data and wanted to find out about how do these symptoms work together. So when we took a look at this, we used network analysis. And network analysis is a relatively new way of looking at the symptoms. And the way I describe it is, for example, if we looked at a network of all your friends and your enemies. So network analysis, instead of looking at how those relationships are connected, it looks at how symptoms are related. Does that make sense to everyone? All right. So when we used network analysis, we found a few really interesting things. The first one is that worry was at the center of the network, and it had the most influence on the whole system. The second thing was that hopelessness and nervousness formed the bridges between depression and anxiety. And this analysis is really important for a few reasons. The first reason is when we're looking at developing interventions, when we look at worry as being in the center of the network, if we develop an intervention that helps students to address their worry, for them to feel less worried, then that could cascade and help other systems and other symptoms in the network to improve. And then if we create interventions that address the students' hopelessness and nervousness, then we can break that connection and that bridge between depression and anxiety. So, when we continued to look at the data, we found that the data isn't just about the numbers. And clearly, it's not just a public health issue when we talk about mental health. It's also about connectedness. So as we've seen, some of the biggest risks when it comes to mental health are academic pressures and other environmental factors that students go through. But they also have protective factors. So students who've said that they felt like their families and their friends give them support, their mental health was far better than those who felt like they were lonely and they were hopeless. And so when we look at this as a whole system, we find that the data itself is not just about the numbers that we're looking at. It's important to look at the data, but we need to go beyond it. So for all of us who are here, when you think about the 30% rates of depression, the 48%, the 42% rate of depression, I want you to see the faces of young people and students who are in their classrooms, and they're struggling silently but with courage. I want you to see the faces of young people everywhere who are carrying heavy burdens, but they're incredibly resilient. And so our job as researchers, as policymakers, as educators, and as leaders, but most importantly, as their community, is to meet their resilience with understanding, with opportunities, and with the support that they need for them to be able to thrive. Thank you.
Ideas come to us. We don't really create an idea, we just catch them. Like fish. No chef ever takes credit for making the fish. It's just preparing the fish. It is like a seed. In your mind, the idea is seen and felt. Then the thing is translating that to some medium. It could be a film idea or a painting idea or a furniture idea. It doesn't matter. It wants to be something. It's a seed for something.
Thank you so much, Faith, for that spotlight talk. Yeah, so every year when we do the Shamiri Summit, I have one job in the opening plenary. And my job is to just give us a grounding on, what we are expecting over the next 2 days. And I did the first part of that at the beginning, where I talked about the agenda for the next 2 days. What I want to do now for the next 5 minutes is just give us a really, really quick crash course on what human flourishing is. We do this every year. It's generally almost the same, but we try to, update it as, kind of new science, emerges. So why do we do this? We do this because Shamiri actually is a Kiswahili word that means thrive. And thrive is a verb. It's a verb that means to grow, to develop well or rigorously. It's a verb that means to prosper or to flourish. And Shamiri would like to think about it more as the second one, as prospering, as flourishing. And in that regard, you can think about the Shamiri Summit as a reflection on what human flourishing is. So what really is human flourishing? Given that we think of ourselves as a really data-driven and science-informed organization, we asked ourselves, is there a science on human flourishing? And of course, it turns out that there is a science of human flourishing. Formally, they define this as the study of the strengths that enable us as individuals and as communities as a whole to thrive. And when you start to look at the science of human flourishing, the three things that stand out. The first thing that stand out is the aspects that allow us to be able to thrive as individuals and as communities. But these aspects are different for different people. If you ask psychologists, what are these aspects which are important for human flourishing, they will most likely tell you happiness and life satisfaction. Are you happy with your life? Are you satisfied with your life? And from a psychological perspective, that makes sense as a definition for human flourishing. But that doesn't really paint the full picture. If you ask a doctor, the doctor will tell you can be happy and satisfied with your life. But if you're not physically healthy, are you really, flourishing? Or if you ask an economist, they'll tell you, okay, you can be physically healthy, happy, and life satisfied. But if you're not economically healthy, are you really satisfied with your life? And so this list can't go on and on depending on who you ask and depending on what matters to people and what's important to people. But what scientists have tried to do over the last few decades is try to figure out which of these aspects really stand out. Which are the really important domains that are super important in improving and driving human flourishing? And here 5 domains stand out. The first is happiness and life satisfaction. The second is physical and mental health. The third is meaning and purpose. Do you have a purpose of life? Do you have something that wakes you up? Something that gives you meaning? What are the characters and virtues and strengths that are important to you? What is your value system? How does that value system allow you to make value-enabled decisions? And finally, your close social relationships with a family, friends, loved ones. Those are some of the 5 domains that really stand out in making us, flourish. So how can we strengthen these 5 domains? So the 4 pathways that we can use to strengthen these 5 domains. The first, obviously, is family and really investing in our families, because our families, really play an important role in determining how happy we are, how satisfied with our life, even our physical and mental health, the values and virtues which are important to us, etc. The second is work. Work gives a lot of us meaning and purpose. Work also serves as a place where we meet people who become, important close relationships for us. And so thinking about your work in a way that allows you to find meaning and purpose, to build, relationships that are important to you is a really important pathway for how we can improve our human flourishing. The third is education, and this is just primarily because studies show that people who have more education tend to think that they're flourishing more than people who don't. And I don't have any more comments on this beyond that. But it stands out in the data because it always just emerges as an important pathway for improving flourishing. And the last one is religious life. Religious life is important for a lot of people. It's important, if you look at those 5 domains, it's important in finding happiness, it's important in finding meaning, it's important in building close relationships. So as you leave this summit, that is a really, really quick crash course on the science of human flourishing. And so if you do all of these things, in theory, you can arrive at a state where all aspects of your life are considered good. So with that, it is my great honor, and I'll speak briefly in Kiswahili, and then I'll translate in English. It is my great honor kumkaribisha mgeni wetu wa rasmi ambaye anapenda lugha yetu ya Kiswahili. Ni mgeni ambaye ni mara yake ya pili hapa Shamiri Summit, na tumefurahi sana kukuona. Ni ambassador ama balozi wa Ufaransa, Bwana Arnaud Souquet. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome on stage the ambassador Arnaud Souquet. Welcome. Do you want to stand? The stand, yeah. Welcome, Asante. Thank you.
Asante sana rafiki yangu Tom. Mabibi na mabwana, habari asubuhi. Mko poa? Nimefurahi kwa kuhudhuria sherehe hii kwa mara la pili. Ningependa kushukuru Tom na timu yote kwa kazi safi. Asante sana. Kama mimi mesikia, Shamiri ni thrive kwa Kiswahili. Lakini the verb should be kushamiri, si ndio? Sasa, and I got the meaning of Shamiri. So if I try, we should say sisi sote tumeshamiri, si ndio? Kweli or kweli? Yeah. Let me say first a big congrats to you, Tom, to all the fraternity of Shamiri and all the partners. I think you're growing. We met, I think, 2 years ago in Strasbourg. Now we're here. I see many more people. Now we get to the summit. So I think, we're going to naenda juu kabisa. So well done for that. I think I don't want to give too many remarks because I think what I've heard before speak for itself. I just maybe like to emphasize maybe 1 or 2 points that I think both, all speakers have already underlined, and why France is partnering with you. I think the starting point is that no society thrives if you leave somebody behind. And I think the whole objective and purpose of this initiative is to leave no one behind. I think you've said it very eloquently, how mental health is actually a silent pandemic or a silent scourge. I think here in Kenya, in Africa, but I think worldwide, I think the numbers will be probably the same. I think COVID hasn't helped, obviously, but maybe COVID has helped us think this is a priority. This is something that is rampant, that exists in all society, and we need to address it. So I think I'd like to commend the purpose of addressing this very important social issue that we're all battling with. So thanks for that. I think I would like also to commend the method that Shamiri is using. It starts by, I think, I'll call you a social innovation or an innovation, and how you leverage on technology to address those very social needs. I think there's an element of AI that I think you've been speaking about. Earlier this year, France organized an AI summit, and part of the discussion, of a global discussion, was how you can leverage tech. We call it tech for good. How we can use technology to advance progressive and social ideas. And I think exactly what Shamiri is doing when it addresses those very issue of mental health. I would like also to commend, and this is maybe a bit more political, but let me emphasize it, is you're basing your intervention on science-driven data. I think in time and in a world that science is questioned, the value of science is questioned, I think such initiatives that are using science as a key driver for innovation have to be supported. When and I'm talking also being a policymaker, you don't get right policy if you don't get your science right. And so I think that you base your intervention on a very solid scientific data and science-driven. It's something I think we want to commend, and it's part, I think, of the whole innovation. And finally, because I don't want to be too long, we believe that in the world of today, solutions have to be found everywhere. There's no this north-south divide, but you'll have solutions in the north, problems in the south, or vice versa. I think with technology, with a degree of initiative, and I commend particularly, I think, being here in Kenya, the sense of initiative by young Kenyans, solution can be found globally here in Kenya. So as much as we're addressing a global issue, I think solution can be nurtured, created, implemented here in Africa, in Kenya in particular, and can be expanded and scaled up to address global issues. I'd like first to, and finally also to commend the scaling up of a program. I think you had, if I'm not wrong, about 200,000 beneficiaries in your program, and you have an objective of bringing it to 10 million in a couple of years. So that means the solution is here now. It's a question of scaling up, and I think France can be a partner. And finally, maybe a last thought is what you said earlier, that the median age here in Kenya is 20 years. 70% of the population is less than 30 years old. So not addressing those issues that are related to the young people is actually obstructing the future. So by such interventions, and I think I want to say that France believe that such initiative is basically an investment in the future of Kenya, but in the global future. So with that few words, I wish you very, very fruitful deliberation, very keen to hear from you, and hopefully in a couple of years, we'll get to these big numbers. Asante sana.
Not quite as tall as the ambassador. But thank you for your remarks, really insightful, and thank you for joining us. Hi, everyone. My name is Rahim. I'm the head of growth and strategy at Shamiri. I'm glad they don't have a picture of me because it's probably with hair, and it's a painful reminder. I'm delighted to be with everyone here at this year's Shamiri Summit, which is our biggest to date, and in particular, I'm excited to share some of the work that we've been doing over the last 3 years with the support of the Fund for Innovation and Development, which is hosted by the French Development Agency in partnership with the government of France. So the relationship between Shamiri and FID started in 2022 with a grant to test whether the randomized control trials, which we'd run across 3 or 4 years, could be scaled effectively and sustainably in Kenya. In particular, the grant was focused on understanding the different pathways for scaling up the Shamiri model and the impact of Shamiri programming on livelihoods. Through a large-scale implementation study carried out with over 25,000 students over 2 years, we were able to show that both centralized dissemination of our model through Shamiri and decentralized dissemination through our partner, the Africa Institute of Mental and Brain Health, were both viable pathways for scale. We saw significant improvements for depression, anxiety, as well as high rates of student retention, engagement, and fidelity of intervention delivery. And these were really crucial indicators to us to strengthen the case for our continued scaling ambitions. So across this grant period, we've been able to go from working with around 3,000 students a year to over 100,000 a year. And our cost per student has more than halved, with our cost effectiveness ranking us among the top youth mental health providers across the globe. Our preliminary long-term findings also show that Shamiri participants are more likely to be enrolled in tertiary education, to be living independently, participating in savings cooperatives, and maintaining strong, close friendships. An important achievement of this project was the development of Shamiri OS, which we'll be hearing about a bit later. But to date, the platform has managed the delivery of over 40,000 group sessions to Kenyan high school students, which has reduced our overhead by up to 80%, and has also enabled real-time fidelity tracking, outcome dashboards, and automated alerts for at-risk students. So it's been a really fruitful partnership with FID, and it's my honor to introduce the next speaker, who will tell us a little bit more about the French Development Agency's approach to funding sustainable evidence-based solutions. So with over 30 years of experience in international development and public policy, Jean-Francois Arnal leads the agency's efforts to promote sustainable and inclusive growth as the Regional Director of AFD for Eastern Africa. Under his leadership, AFD implements programs that advance climate resilience, renewable energy, and social inclusion. With a career at AFD spanning over 40 years, I don't think there's anyone better to speak on this topic and the great work that AFD does. So please join me in welcoming Jean-Francois Arnal to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished government representatives, Your Excellency, partners, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to join you for the 2025 Shamiri Annual Summit, a forum that brings together innovation, research, and partnership in pursuit of a shared goal of improving the well-being of young people in Kenya and across the world. And I must say, and must add that I'm personally concerned by the topic that you are dealing with, because actually my wife is working in Europe, and she's an art therapist, and she's working precisely on the mental health for young people in a psychiatric hospital and in her cabinet. So I feel personally very concerned by all you are doing. I'm very impressed, amazed by the job you are doing. So thank you for that. So I'm very proud that AFD is able to accompany you in this business. Across Africa and beyond, Agence Française de Développement works closely with governments, civil society, and the private sector to strengthen human capital and accelerate inclusive, sustainable growth. One of the strongest expressions of this vision is the Fund for Innovation in Development that was previously mentioned. And we at AFD are very proud to host this fund for several years now on behalf of the French government. FID was established to identify and test new ideas, to evaluate them rigorously, and to scale those that demonstrate real impact. And it's shared by Nobel laureate Professor Esther Duflo. And actually, I was in headquarters in France in 2018 when we were able to host Esther Duflo at AFD and to have this feed starting. So it's very interesting, and I'm very proud to be here a few years later to see all the progress that this fund has been able to accomplish. And so since the beginning, FID has supported nearly 100 projects in more than 30 countries, many of them here in Africa. Its guiding principle is clear. It's innovation that matters, but evidence matters even more. So by combining scientific rigor and creativity, FID helps transform promising ideas into sustainable evidence-based public solutions. And we have a clear proof with Shamiri today here. The partnership between FID and the Shamiri Institute in Kenya is one illustration of this approach in action. Through collaborative research and large-scale implementation, Shamiri has contributed to advancing our understanding of how youth mental health interventions can be both cost-effective and scalable. But beyond the results themselves, what matters most is what they represent: a model of collaboration that links local innovation with global learning, a demonstration that rigorous evidence, when locally generated, can inform public policy and inspire solutions far beyond national borders. This is precisely the kind of partnership that AFD seeks to foster, one that unites researchers, practitioners, and policymakers around shared priorities, whether in health, education, climate adaptation, or youth employment. Our collective challenge is to ensure that innovation and knowledge translate into tangible improvements in people's lives. Such cooperation also reflects AFD's broader commitment to an inclusive and evidence-driven approach to development, an approach that recognizes that the solutions to today's global challenges must be co-created, as we say in French, is du côté des autres. With our partners, co-created with our partners, grounded in local expertise and shared openly for the benefit of all. The experience here in Kenya and the collaborative spirit that underpins it offers valuable lessons for the region and for the world. It reminds us that progress is possible when evidence informs action, when youth are placed at the center of development, and when we act together with trust and purposes. Allow me, in closing, to commend the government of Kenya, the Shamiri Institute, and all partners represented here today for their leadership, their vision, and their commitment to youth well-being. At AFD, we remain deeply committed to working alongside you to connect ideas with impact, to turn innovation into evidence and evidence into policies that give every young person the opportunity not only to live, but to thrive. Asante sana.
Hi again. It's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Professor Zul Merali, who is the founding director at Aga Khan University's Brain Mind Institute. Professor Merali is a neuroscientist and pharmacologist by training, with over 250 peer-reviewed scientific publications. Previously, he was the CEO of the University of Ottawa's Institute of Mental Health Research in Canada, and was the founding scientific director of the Canadian Depression and Intervention Network. Professor Merali is dedicated to the development of innovative and sustainable solutions for low and middle income countries, and this includes the deployment of digital and task-sharing approaches to promote early detection, prevention, and intervention. His long-term objective is promoting brain and mental health care that is accessible, resource-sensitive, rights-based, and scalable. And the topic he's going to be speaking about is the many faces of youth, depression, and hope. So join me in giving Professor Merali a warm welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much, Rain. If you notice, I got the infection about losing hair from him. So wanted to thank everybody for being here. Recognize the government of France, the Excellency, the government of Kenya, Ministry of Health, and mostly Shamiri Institute for inviting me to share a few words with you this morning. It's truly a joy to be here amongst kindred spirits, those who believe that Africa's future rests not only on its land and economies, but on its minds, hearts, and hopes of young people. We heard a couple of times already that Sub-Saharan Africa is the youngest region in the world. Nearly 60 to 70% of the population is under 25 years old. And by 2050, 1 in 3 of the world's young people will either come from Africa or be living in Africa. This is really a tremendous opportunity and simultaneously a sobering responsibility, because behind those numbers are young lives, each facing turbulence of adolescence, social pressures, digital overload, climate anxiety, and economic uncertainty. And yet, mental health systems across most countries remain under-resourced, under-researched, and often misunderstood. Depression is one of the most common mental health challenges amongst the youth, and we saw this morning some numbers about how prevalent it is in the youngsters. And it's often invisible until it becomes a crisis. There's a lot of stigma. We don't talk about it. We hide it. But yet, it typically starts in that age bracket. It's in the youth. That's when depression sets in. And depression has many faces. It's not a single story. It wears many faces. For some, it is sadness that won't lift. For others, it's irritability. It could be anger. It could be disturbing your sleep and or making you withdraw yourself from your friends and families, social isolation, which is such a big risk factor for so many health conditions. And it can look like poor grades in school. It could be substance use, or it could be self-harm, and it manifests in many, many different ways. And in many of our communities, it hides behind our cultural script, and that is, oh, he's just lazy, or she is bewitched, or it could be, boys don't cry. And yet, depression is a disorder of the brain. Not only the brain, it also impacts through that your mind and your social world. It's a tangle of biology, relationships, and context. It is as much about chemistry of serotonin as it is about chemistry of societies, of belonging, of purpose, and of dignity. And that means that the prevention must be equally multi-layered, addressing not only the symptoms, but also the ecosystems in which young people grow. So let me talk about the art and science of prevention a little bit. Prevention is both science and an art. The science tells us what works. Evidence-based programs, school-based interventions, digital mental health supports, family strengthening strategies. But the art lies in how we apply that science, rooted in culture, in context, and compassion. In Kenya and across Africa, we learn that the community-embedded, youth-led models work best. The Shamiri Institute itself has been a pioneer, showing that brief culturally grounded interventions delivered by trained young youth or lay youth can improve mental health outcomes as effectively as traditional psychotherapy and at a fraction of the cost. The Shamiri and Brain and Mind Institutes are collaborating to scale up such interventions across East Africa and beyond. The Brain and Mind Institute is a Global South entity and has campuses here in Kenya and in Pakistan to serve South and Central Asia. And we've been discussing likely adaptation of Shamiri type of an intervention in the Pakistan area, where some of the demographics are very similar to what we see here in East Africa. At the Brain and Mind Institute, we're seeing similar patterns in our living lab model, whether it's in Nairobi, in Kilifi, or in Karachi. Prevention succeeds when it is both personalized, it is local, and it is hopeful. Now, let me talk about a few trends in youth mental health that are emerging. We're entering a new era, and now to understand youth mental health, so one is the digital ecosystem. Young people live both now online and offline. The social media can amplify anxiety, and it can amplify comparison amongst each other. Cyberbullying that we hear a lot about is highly prevalent, and it's very devastating for those that are experiencing that. But digital ecosystems can also promote connection and care. So this space that we're going to be addressing later on in the conference is a space that's rapidly evolving and needs our careful attention. We are entering an era of digital therapeutics, of AI chat supports. Furthermore, mood tracking tools such as opening up new frontiers, but they must also be built with ethical guardrails and local adaptation. This is the scary part, is that we have not put those things in place as yet, and we need to. The second trend has to do with climate and mental health. Rising heat, displacement, drought, loss of livelihood are fueling the climate grief that we must acknowledge and we must research. Intersections with non-communicable diseases is another area that is becoming quite important. Depression is not isolated. It interacts with obesity, it interacts with diabetes, it interacts with cardiovascular disease, to name a few. And this convergence offers opportunities for integrated prevention. There is a strong call to integrate mental health care into primary health care. This is across Global South. This is important because, as WHO's mantra has been, there is no health without mental health. Think about it. When your brain does not work, nothing else matters. The fourth trend that I wanted to touch upon is the narrative and identity-based approaches. Young people increasingly define their mental health through identity, through justice, and belonging. Our prevention models must speak to these lived experience realities. The fifth trend that I wanted to touch upon is the role of data informing policy and action. Tom alluded to it. There's a session that we're going to be having that's dedicated to that front. But what is really the lack of local data has been a major gap in African context. Without it, we are navigating blindly. We need to generate locally grounded data from our schools, from our clinics, from our communities, and our digital platforms to guide what works and for whom. Here is an opportunity that is tremendous, but it is going to take data. That means that building robust mental health observatories and data hubs, integrating health education and social data. Good data informs policies that are not just reactive, but preventive. For example, integrating mental health screening as a routine school programs would be very useful. Allocating budget lines for youth mental health at a county and national levels is really very important. And I'm sure Dr. Marcy Karanje will agree with me on that front. Evaluating the impact of climate and digital interventions on mental health outcomes is also quite critical. So data also democratizes the voice. It ensures that the lived experience of a 16-year-old here in Kibera counts as much as the opinion of a global expert in Geneva. The sixth trend that I wanted to touch upon is precision prevention, the next frontier. In medicine, we talk about precision medicine, where we use genetics, we use biomarkers, we use digital phenotyping to tailor treatments. The same revolution is happening in mental health prevention. Precision prevention means moving beyond one-size-fits-all approaches to identify who is at risk, when, and why, and intervening early with the right tools. This is a tremendous opportunity that we need to kind of move on. Imagine being able to combine wearable sensor data on our Fitbits, digital mood diaries, school performance analytics to flag early warning signs of depression, etc. Imagine a community health workers receiving alerts in or at the school tailoring resilience training programs to kind of guide people for these needs. This isn't science fiction. It is really already being piloted in Kenya and in Pakistan and elsewhere. But to make it equitable, we must ensure data sovereignty, privacy, and inclusion. And this is going to be a part of the discussions we'll have later today. At the Brain and Mind Institute, our Brain Health Data Hub and Afro-Asian Precision Prevention Network are working towards this vision, building systems that learn from context, not just copy from the global north. And in closing, I want to move from despair to hope. In the end of our task is not just to prevent depression, but to cultivate hope. Hope is not a naive optimism. It is a scientific ingredient of resilience. It changes how the brain responds to stress. It shapes motivation, recovery, and connection. Our founding chancellor of the Aga Khan University once said, and I quote, "If our animosities are born out of fear, then confident generosity is born out of hope." One of the central lessons that I've learned after a half century of working in the developing world is that the replacement of fear by hope is probably the single most powerful trampoline of progress, end quote. At the Brain and Mind Institute, we believe that hope and science must walk hand in hand. Let us be the architects of hope. Let us ensure that no young person in Kenya or anywhere faces their darkness alone. Because when we invest in youth mental health, we are not just preventing illness, we are planting the future. Indeed, at the UN General Council meeting earlier in New York, as well as the G20 summit in South Africa earlier this month, a major focus was on brain capital, which is, in its simplest terms, means investing in your brain health will directly translate to improved national economy. So with that, I'm going to say thank you.
You know, mental health has been presented in books in a different way, but if you look keenly, it's not something that is actually being accepted that freely. there's always a disconnect in a way. You might read something in the DSM-5, but when now you want to apply it, or maybe you want to understand it better, you see there's something that is not adding up, especially in the African setup. The Shamiri model, to me, is just an eye to what actually is needed in the African setup, to say. My name is Marvin Odembo. I'm a Shamiri fellow. I'm a recent graduate at Egerton University, or better yet, awaiting graduation this year. I was taking Bachelor of Psychology, and I work as a mental health advocate, especially digital mental health advocacy. I also work as an artificial intelligence specialist, where I try to leverage the power of artificial intelligence for mental health innovations. I also work as a youth empowerment champion, where I try to do that through storytelling research and youth engagement. What drew me to the Shamiri program is because I came to realize it's not about fixing an individual, but working with them side by side as peers. Before the training began, I really expected a lot of clinical approach. My background in mental health advocacy and psychology, I think, influenced how I even engaged in the previous engagement with the youthful population. And so I expected a lot of clinical jargons, but I came to understand that the intervention taught three basic things, and those were the character strengths, from gratitude to growth mindset, and how to identify values. And this taught me to be a present facilitator. What made me want to help other students with mental health support is because I really hold mental health close to my heart. I've been a lived experience, and been in spaces where mental health conversations are disregarded or even dismissed because of various reasons, from cultural beliefs, from education, or maybe lack of better information on particular issues around mental health. And this realization propelled me to not just create awareness, but get to create an impactful engagement through mental health advocacy. This is always my morning tree. I usually get my day on by doing this. It's usually like a hack for me, because normally when I come out of this after being sweaty and all that steamy, I really take a cold shower and get my brain activated in a way, and it really helps me go about my day in a proper way. In most schools, you might express yourself to a teacher, and then they come to class and they use your example to the class, and you feel like it really diminishes you. And so I think majority of people really tend to keep things to themselves. Having somebody that is almost close to your age, or maybe within the same age group, is really something that a lot of peers really need in terms of getting them in a space where they can express themselves. Now this will be our final sprint for the day. All right. Experiencing the Shamiri implementation in the year 2025, which was recent, that is something that typically brings a lot of help to peers in terms of expression, in terms of creating the spaces where now somebody can feel comfortable being vulnerable in front of their peers. If we're in a school setup and there's something that is affecting me and somebody has actually recognized it, then I can also express myself so that I get help. What Shamiri now has really brought to play is the fact that we can not necessarily go all the way to use a lot of funds in terms of getting interventions on things that really can be derived from our communities. This is how we've embraced technology in different ways, but focusing on mental health now that we are having a better understanding and having a deeper connection to what it actually is. I think incorporating it in our life is going to help us in terms of even looking into the future, because it's not just about us helping ourselves in this generation. And amazingly enough, I've found myself getting interested in tech and the intersection of artificial intelligence and mental health, because I really feel like this is how we are going to help most aspects of mental health. a headline I hope to see 3 years from now is 1 million youths that have benefited from this program. I'm hoping that maybe by the time we get to 2030 or 2027, we get to have a lot of impact through this program in a way that it can also be scaled up.
Hi again, everyone. So our next piece of the program is a conversation that gets to the heart of the collective work that I think everyone in this room is trying to achieve, and that's around scaling evidence-based interventions. And for us at Shamiri, scale is the name of the game. That's what we're about. We want to make sure that as many young people as possible are getting the mental health support that they need. And I think across the globe there's a lot of innovation in the space, but the challenge isn't a lack of good ideas. It's more about taking those good ideas, figuring out what works, proving it rigorously, and then figuring out how to make sure that it can scale sustainably and equitably for people across the globe. Scaling is about more than just replication. It's about systems change. It's about aligning funding with policy, as well as implementation and research. And so I'm delighted to be joined by 4 prominent leaders in their field. First up, we have Rachel McCauley, Director at Draper Richards Kaplan Foundation, whose work supports early stage organizations to scale bold social innovations around the world. So join me in giving her a round of applause. Next up, we have Dr. Mercy Karanja, who's the Director of Mental Health at the Ministry of Health and is leading the first ever national baseline mental health survey in Kenya. And finally, we have Dr. Ndegwa, who is pioneering mental health support for young adults in schools and colleges in his role as the director at the Ministry of Education's Directorate of Policy Partnerships and East African Community Affairs. Brilliant. So my first question to each of you is, scaling means something different to different people. And so given your kind of diverse backgrounds, when you think of scaling evidence-based interventions, what does that mean to you, and what does success look like? We'll start with Rachel.
Can you hear me? Thank you, Raheem. I first want to give a huge thank you and shout out to the Shamiri team. It's been a highlight of my career with DRK, working with you all. And it's in moments like this where we get to see the true impact, and videos like the one that we just saw that really shows how evidence-based solutions truly are changing lives. So just wanted to thank you first. So a little bit just about DRK and what we do that will also help to frame my response around what scaling evidence-based approaches might look like. So we are a venture philanthropy fund that is headquartered out of the US, but we have been funding and investing in scalable solutions across the continents for the last 20 years. Shamiri recently joined our portfolio. So for us, what's really important as you think about scale of these approaches is really 2 things come to mind for me. The first of which is trying to understand from the organization itself, what is the ultimate ambition? So scale can mean different things for different people. It can either mean being a Nairobi-specific intervention, maybe Kajiado County, maybe Kenya, maybe Pan-African, maybe global. So the beginning step for us for successful interventions is, do they have a clear definition of what they want, ultimately? And then the second is around sequencing towards getting there, so working backwards. And happy to chat a bit more about what that looks like, but want to give the other panelists a chance.
Thank you, Rachel. Dr. Karanja, I'd love to hear from you next.
So thank you so much, and I'm also delighted to be here. It's always awesome to be in the Shamiri Summit. And for me, just to echo what Rachel has said, it means to me that what is already in existence, especially from where I sit as a policymaker, what are the policies and how do we integrate already into the policies that are in existence, and also ensuring that we're not just scaling up and leaving it without including the community. So routine practice and ensuring that it's aligned with the policies that are there, that are also working, and ensuring that there is ownership at the level of the community.
Brilliant. Thank you, Dr. Karanja. Dr. Ndegwa.
Thank you very much. I work as at the Directorate of Policy Partnerships and East Africa Community Affairs. And at that directorate, we deal with partners. So we are also working with Shamiri as our partners. And many times we have partners approaching the ministry asking for scale up. They want to scale up their project, which means there was a pilot, a small scale, and they feel that there is success. And therefore, based on that success, they want to scale up and probably move on to other counties, for example. And so for scaling up then to be successful, there is need to keep fidelity to the cause. That is, whatever was successful at the pilot level should not be diluted during the scale up. And that may not be easy because during the scale up, our country is very diverse. You find different contexts. So how do you adapt so that this project can be acceptable and can be successful in different contexts? You may be working in Nairobi, and now you want to go to maybe Garissa, a very different context. So there is need also for the same to be adaptable, acceptable at a different local context. That means for it to be successful, there may also be need for capacity building. There may be need to cultivate ownership, which can bring about sustainability. We emphasize very much about sustainability, that you don't just go walk in and walk out and the whole thing collapses. It has to be owned by the locals, the school, even the community, so that even after a partner leaves, the whole project can go on. The whole idea of keeping faithful to the cause, the idea, and institutionalization of the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ndegwa. So I've got a question for each of you based on what you've said there. We'll start with Rachel. So, across the DRK portfolio, you're supporting many organizations who are navigating going from a pilot stage to trying to get to whatever scale means for them. And so what have you seen in your time at DRK as indicators that distinguish an organization from scaling sustainably, and maybe what are some of the biggest pitfalls that you see that perhaps funders should help innovators avoid?
Yeah, great question. Thank you, Raheem. So maybe some of the success factors that we've seen just in patterns are organizations who are able to not grow too quickly. So when we talk about sequencing, it's really a matter of saying, this is where we want to go. So let's give a concrete example. If a mental health organization says they want to reach every single young person countrywide in Kenya, how have they put things in place for the next, let's say, 5 years to get there? So one of, I think, the critical success factors, but the flip side is downside, is if an organization gets an influx of money very quickly, and then they think they can jump from step 1 to step 10, rather than sequencing. I think the good organizations are able to incrementally grow. To Dr. Ndegwa's point, making sure that there is buy-in as you're going from one county to another. So I think sequencing and phasing and doing things in increments as you learn is super important. And I think the other piece around that, which is related, is are organizations asking themselves, who is going to pay for this as we scale? And that's something we ask a lot of our founders and leaders about. It's something that we see ends up differentiating the successful solutions from the ones that fizzle out, is this idea of who is going to pay for this. So meaning, if your pilot has been funded by grants and you're looking to scale, how are you thinking about who is going to pay for that at scale without being overly reliant on a grant, for instance?
Brilliant. Thank you, Rachel. And then kind of going off that point, Dr. Karanja, what from your perspective do you think makes evidence or previous work compelling enough for governments or other actors to fund? And what do innovators need to do differently to align with government systems if government financing is what they're trying to access?
So from a policy perspective and at government level, when we talk about now pilots moving now to being scaled, it's first, and she has mentioned it, is sustainability. Is there a sustainability plan? Is it something that is just going to come and then after a few years, we cannot continue? We've seen what happened after the USG funding ended for a lot of our programs, especially the HIV programming. You end up with a very successful program, but do not have a clear sustainability roadmap. Then, of course, to government, there has to be some level of cost effectiveness so that these programs do not strain the already strained health budget or strain or non-existent, in some cases, budget, especially for mental health. Then again, of course, adaptiveness to the community and the cultural context and the involvement of the community and the people. It's very important to identify who is your target for these interventions and how is it going to impact them. For a very long time, we saw the success of HIV programs because of identifying who are the key populations to address. We need to do the same also with mental health interventions and identify the vulnerable populations that should be the target for our interventions. So as at the policy level now, we see, have we identified the key population? Are we reaching that population? And for innovators, for people who are now moving forward with such projects, it's very important to involve first the various stakeholders, not just government, but even the community. If it is a youth you're targeting, co-create with the youth, co-design with the youth, co-design with the community, so that they also accept and they'll be part of the scaling up, they'll be part of the solution. Then, of course, ensure that you have made sure that whatever intervention you have culturally acceptable to the community that you're targeting, amongst other things. Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you. I think that point around being culturally acceptable is so important. And so, Dr. Ndegwa, at the Ministry of Education, how do you kind of seek to co-design when you're thinking about high school students, college students, even younger students? How do you seek to get input in from stakeholders to make sure that there is co-design when it comes to interventions and programs specifically for children in school or at university?
Thank you, Rahim. One, at the Ministry of Education, I must say that the whole issue of mental health has been integrated into our new curriculum. That is a competence-based education and curriculum. We have the competence-based education framework, which has catered for, the whole issue of values and life skills is now part of the curriculum. And when it comes to working with partners, the issue of co-designing, you find that first and foremost, we have to start from, is this a government priority? So I'm talking about the documents like that framework. We also have the National Education Sector Strategic Plan, which sets out the priorities of the Ministry of Education. So in issues of mental health, what is the ministry already doing in the schools? For example, we have the guidance and counseling teachers. How effective are they? How effective are they in addressing the issues that are there? So you find that even from our planning, we are aware that the government, the ministry is not able to meet all the needs that are there in the schools, for example, and therefore they need to work with partners. But if the partners are working on their own, ministry on its own, you find now there will be a gap. And that is why the co-designing is very, very important, so that we, together with our partners, we are able to identify the gaps and therefore move together. The other issue is multi-stakeholder engagement. Much as we are there taking the lead as the Ministry of Education, we must also work together with other relevant stakeholders in this space, especially the Ministry of Health and so on. So once we co-design together, then we come to the other question: how is it going to work? How is it going to be funded? The ministry has a stake, partners have a stake. So it's a question of working together, because again, without that commitment, that budgetary commitment, that support, then we are not going to achieve. So in our Directorate of Policy and Partnerships, we work with partners to bridge the gap, the financing gap, so that we are able to deliver these interventions to all our schools, that working together with stakeholders to ensure seamless flow and also budget support, which ensures success. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. I think that point around partnerships, being able to unlock collective action, I think is really important. So to wrap up, if I could just get one closing reflection, one sentence from each of you around what you think is the single most important condition for scaling, and as Dr. Karanja said, scaling sustainably. So we'll start with Dr. Ndegwa.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wish to wrap up with the whole issue of evidence-based evidence for data. This is very, very important. Whatever we are doing should be based on evidence, which comes from data. So in the ministry, we have now come up with a system, Kenya Education Management Information System, one-stop data for the Ministry of Education. So data then becomes very, very important. As we sit there in policy, we need to make policies which are informed by data. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you.
Beyond just sustainability, for me, it's integration into the systems that are already there, because that way you can actually have an sustainability plan in place. Second is stakeholder engagement. I just want to continue echoing that, because without ownership by the stakeholders, then you'll not be able to sustain the program. And then ensure you're monitoring, you're evaluating, so that you keep improving. Don't just stop at scaling up, make sure you're improving from the lessons you learn, and of course by the changing environment, because things are not static. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. I think that culture of learning is a very important point. Rachel?
Yeah, I think for me, it's being intentional about how you scale. So looking at the pace at which you scale, making sure you have the right talent and team in place, making sure you have the right resources in place, and all driving towards your clearly defined end goal.
Brilliant. Join me, guys, in giving a big round of applause to our panelists.
All right, how are we feeling? Ooh, I heard like 3 goods. To me, that means it sounds like we need a break. I know we are running a little bit behind schedule. My name is Soni. I'm the Director of Communications, and I will be giving you that break. But first, I want to give you a few housekeeping notes. So, number 1, if you checked in, you should have a name tag that looks like this. Please flip it over and look at the back. You will see 2 QR codes. One QR code is that you can ask questions here in this main hall. If you are ever in a session in this main hall, please feel free to scan that QR code and ask your question there. We will channel it to the speaker or the panel. Second is that we would love your feedback on this event. Feel free to give it now if you're having a great time. If you're not having a great time, wait till this evening, because by this evening, I'm sure you will. The second thing you should have gotten at the check-in desk is a sticker, a blue sticker, green sticker, red sticker, white sticker, something to tell you about where you'll be going when we eventually go into our breakout rooms. If you did not receive one, please go to a check-in desk and somebody would be more than happy to help you. Lastly, we were supposed to do this, we didn't. My bad. As you can see, there's plenty of cameras, video recordings happening. Please sign a media release form outside at some point during your tea break. We would really appreciate it. You all look beautiful today, and we would love to be able to share your photos on our website, give you our photos to use, share your photos with the media. If you absolutely do not want to be covered, please come see me, and I'll make sure that you're not in any communications that goes out. Lastly, if you bought a ticket today, you should have had your barcode scanned. If you didn't, please make sure that you do. That being said, when you come out of this hall, you're going to come out this way, go around the corner, and you'll see some student posters against the wall. The students are here with us today. They have worked tirelessly to share their emerging research, and it would mean a great deal to them if you stopped, talked to them about their research, and learned a little bit about what the future of youth mental health research looks like. When you go around that corner in the back, you'll see tea, snacks, take a little bit of a break. We will meet back here in about 15 minutes, so let's see. I'll give you till 11:40. So 11:40, please come back here. I'll come out and make an announcement. But for now, we can take a break. If you're joining us online, step outside of your office, get some tea. Remember to tag us on social media at Shamiri Institute. You can use the hashtag Shamiri Summit 2025, and we'll see you back here at 11:45. Thank you.
You know, mental health has been presented in books in a different way, but if you look keenly, it's not something that is actually being accepted that freely. There's always a disconnect in a way. You might read something in the DSM-5, but when now you want to apply it, or maybe want to understand it better, you see there's something that is not adding up, especially in the African setup. The Shamiri model, to me, is just an eye to what actually is needed in the African setup, to say. My name is Marvin Odembo. I'm a Shamiri fellow. A recent graduate at Egerton University, or better yet, awaiting graduation this year. I was taking Bachelor of Psychology, and I work as a mental health advocate, especially digital mental health advocacy. I also work as an artificial intelligence specialist, where I try to leverage the power of artificial intelligence for mental health innovations. I also work as a youth empowerment champion, where I try to do that through storytelling research and youth engagement. What drew me to the Shamiri program is because I came to realize it's not about fixing an individual, but working with them side by side as peers. Before the training began, I really expected a lot of clinical approach. You know, my background in mental health advocacy and psychology, I think influenced how I even engaged in the previous engagement with the youthful population. And so I expected a lot of clinical jargons, but I came to understand that the intervention taught three basic things, and those were the character strengths, from gratitude to, growth mindset, and how to identify values. And this taught me to be, a present facilitator. What made me want to help other students with mental health support is because I really hold mental health close to my heart. I've been a lived experience and been in spaces where mental health conversations are disregarded or even dismissed because, of various reasons, from cultural beliefs, from education, or maybe lack of better information on particular issues around mental health. And this realization propelled me to, not just create awareness, but get to create an impactful engagement through mental health advocacy. This is always my morning tree. I usually get my day on by doing this. It's usually like a hack for me, because normally when I come out of this, after being sweaty and all that steamy, I really take a cold shower and, get my brain activated in a way. And it really helps me go about my day in a proper way. In most schools, you might express yourself to a teacher, and then they come to class and they use your example to the class, and you feel like it really diminishes you. And so I think majority of people really tend to keep things to themselves. Having somebody that is almost close to your age, or maybe within the same age group, is really something that a lot of peers really need in terms of getting them in a space where they can express themselves. Now this will be
What a wonderful session. What a wonderful session, if I do say so myself. I'm very glad to still have you guys online. Remember, the hashtag is hashtag Shamiri Summit. Hashtag Shamiri Summit, wires and signals. As we take a short break to recharge and to wind down from our first session, there are student posters that are right behind you. Please take a moment to go through them, to look through them. And next up, we have a performance from our very own Nash as we get ready for the next session. Thank you. Sijasikika? Eh?
Good morning. My name is Nash Karaoke, and this is what I do. I sing. The song I'm going to sing, it's in Kamba, titled Muadhime. Muadhime means I'm blessed. Enjoy. Elani na cheba, nimesini muadhime. Elani mutanu, airundone muadhime. Na elani na wiya, nimesini muadhime. Wanakakoma nanza, sinaika chonywa. Nimesini muadhime. Wanakakoma nanza, sinaika chola. Nimesini muadhime. cheba inesene muadime alane mutano ainondone muadime na ene navia inesene muadime onakakonga nanza senaika chola inesene muadime onakakonga nanza senaika chola inesene muadime inesene muadime inesene muadime inesene muadime inesene The next song I'm doing is titled Loving Me, so enjoy. I'm nowhere close to a perfect man, and it takes a supernatural love to even understand that behind the walls, behind the mask and confident smile, was a broken man trying to grow up and make life worthwhile. And I know there were days that you probably shouldn't, but I thank you for always loving me. Now I know there were days I look at myself, I felt like less of a person compared to everyone else. What about this flow, too big, too small? Can I exchange and try to make up for what I fell short and let sin slip away? When I look in the mirror and don't like what I see, oh, I just thank you for always loving me. Oh, I thank you for always loving me. I want you to sing with me, okay? Anything I say, you just say loving me, okay? Oh, I just thank you for always. Oh, I just thank you for always. Oh, I just thank you for always. Oh, Lord, I thank you for always. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. The last song I'll be doing is titled Bad Decisions. This is an original piece written by me. sijali lolote waliosema kukuhusu wewe. I don't know one is perfect. We are created differently. I don't know one is perfect. We are created differently. Your love is all I ever needed. Your smile kept my heart alive. But you took my love for granted, yeah, yeah. But you took my love for granted.
I appreciate it. Thank you. That was my time.
Right. Good morning, everyone. Oh, it's good afternoon. A show of hands if you ever owned a BlackBerry. Gen Zs in the house probably don't know what a BlackBerry is. Yeah, you don't. So how many of us owned a BlackBerry? A show of hands. Yeah? I see you. Yeah, so learning while scaling, a fundamental challenge that is faced by many social impact organizations. So while Samsung and Apple were running towards where the customers were, BlackBerry decided to clutch onto their keyboards, and unfortunately, the world ended up with the touch screens, no? Yeah? So like BlackBerry, many of our organizations are able to develop a product. However, you're faced with a fundamental challenge when it comes to being able to generate evidence around how the intervention works and how you'll be able to scale it. So you have a program or you have a product that works. You've been able to roll it out. It has impact. You are required then, as a founder or as an organization, to probably push that product to the next market. However, you get to Tanzania and find Suluhu. Crazy, no? So you have to think twice. A question then has to come up. How are you able to scale your program without watering down those components that made the program successful? Current approaches to learning or oriented around being able to scale our programs are quite broken in how they are currently structured. So you'll find DRK, for example, or our partners, our funding partners coming in, telling you that you need to first pilot your idea. Then after piloting your idea, you need to subject your idea to rigorous tests. And the results have come out, probably needing to wait validation, which takes a significant period of time. You then are given the green light to scale. However, by the time this green light has come about, the world has changed. COVID-19 has landed, AI is quickly behind, and then President Trump comes in. So kaput to your community-based organizations and the programs that you're trying to scale up. But a fundamental question then comes in. How are you able to probably adapt your program to the current context without watering down what made it effective in the first place? Are you able to look at multiple ways of probably being able to learn while you're also scaling? Because the current landscape requires that you first learn before you scale. I want to introduce you to a model that Shamiri is currently adapting called a dual engine framework. A dual? Yeah, so I'm a teacher today. I'll do a lot of Q&A, so kindly follow up with me. So with the dual engine framework, comprises of two key components that we currently use. One is something we call the evidence engine, and the second framework is the optimization engine. When it comes to the evidence engine, one fundamental question that you're probably subjecting your idea to is, does it really work? So you will have to do the rigorous causal evidence tests, in this case your RCTs, to see whether your idea can really stand the test. While on this other side, you have the optimization engine, which basically looks at the efficiency of how you're rolling out your intervention within the context that you're currently implementing in. So under the optimization engine, you'll think about rapid experiments and A/B tests as you continually improve the processes that you're currently working on. When you look at this particular building, there are load walls that basically hold this building together. So when it comes to the dual engine framework, you require rules that guide or dictate which engine you will use and when you will use that particular engine. So in our case, we have three components, or we call them three zones, that we usually leverage on to decide which particular engine we'll be able to use and when. So the first zone is the core components. That's why I was giving an example of this particular hotel. The zone A components, or the core components, are those components of your intervention that you are not able to change without subjecting it to the traditional research processes. So those non-negotiable core components central to the theory of change. The next zone are the zone B, which are the flexible infrastructure within your intervention. So when you look across this room, think about the chandelier, for example. The proprietors of this place probably would have chosen another design, but they decided to go with whatever they are currently using. So when it comes to your interventions, there are those models within the intervention that you're able to change. Under zone B, you will be able to leverage on the optimization engine. And the last zone is zone C. So for those guys here who operate around dictating how money for the field staff will be rolled out, you'll be able to leverage on zone C, mainly using the optimization engine to influence the implementation, but they're unlikely to affect the core outcomes of the intervention. So when it comes to putting the dual engine infrastructure into action and leveraging on the governance structures in terms of the zones that I've been able to take you through, you're able to roll them out as you carry out your intervention. So the intervention is integrated across three main components. So you'll have the move phase, which basically looks at you being able to test out your idea and using the engine framework under the dual engine framework. The second phase is the improve. So under improve, you need to ask yourself, consistently understand how and why the intervention works and how it can be improved. So under this particular phase, you're able to use both the optimization engine and the evidence engine. And the last phase is the move. So you continuously learn. At this point, you're scaling your intervention, and it's been able to move beyond the borders or the confines of the context that you're currently operating under. So within this particular phase, you're able to use the optimization engine to just refine those processes that you're currently using and make them as better and efficient as possible. So as I end, the dual engine infrastructure framework is not something that is meant to really change how your organization looks at how you learn while you scale, but it's something that you can adapt. And one key thing, or one key question that I want to pose to you as we continue with the summit is, does your organization look to learn while scale, or do you look to learn before you scale? Thank you.
for the crazy ones. The misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes, the ones who see things differently. They're not fond of rules, and they have no respect for the status quo. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify them, but the only thing you can't do is ignore them, because they change things. They push the human race forward. And while some may see them as the crazy ones, we see genius. Because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do.
Wow, hi everyone, welcome back. I hope you had a lovely tea break. We are a little bit behind schedule, so we had hoped to start this session about 45 minutes later. Earlier, sorry, but we're starting at 45 minutes later. So we are going to slightly, not end at 1 p.m. We're going to aim to end, kind of at 1:30. So just please bear with us with that. But this is going to be a really interesting session. It's at least for me and for us at Shamiri, this is one of the sessions that we really look forward to every year when we hold the summit, because we get a chance to share with all of you, all of these questions that we are thinking about, how we are thinking about these questions, and we get to share with all of you, the future that we're hoping to build both as an organization, but also collectively, in partnership, with all of you. And so I'm just really excited for this session. And we will be doing a lot of talking, but we'll also be trying to demonstrate and show some of these things that, we're working on and we're building in real life. And as I mentioned at the beginning, on the back of your name tag, there is a QR code, so if you want to send in any questions, any thoughts, we encourage you to do that. So we titled this keynote, Go Big or Go Home. And we did that because we think that the problems that we are facing, the problems that all of us are really thinking about, requires us to have bold solutions, requires us to think outside of the box, to think differently, requires us to shape the future not as it is today, but as we want it to be. And when we think about this as Shamiri, we think about it from two questions, from two perspectives, the two things that we want to always be doing. The first thing that we want to be doing is we want to try as much as we can to be innovating at the frontier. And we think this is important because of one thing. Complex problems require complex solutions. And if you think about complex problems, there are very few complex problems as mental health is. It's 2025, and as a field, we are still in a very bad place. We don't fully understand the etiology of mental health. We don't really know what causes someone to be depressed. We don't fully understand the experience of mental health. We don't understand how it's different between countries, between cultures, and even within the same context, the same family. We don't really understand how the treatments that we've designed for these mental health problems work. We know therapy works, but we don't really know the active ingredients. We don't know, what really makes it work. And that's why one person goes for therapy to the same therapist and has different outcomes than another person who goes for the exact same therapy. And the same is for psychiatric drugs as well. Someone who's depressed can't get on antidepressants and feel good, and another person doesn't. And so as a field, we are really dealing with complex problems that we really haven't been able to find answers to. And not just locally, globally. You know, one of the great things of working in this space is that it's one of these few spaces where no one really has the solution. For example, America spends the most on mental health and has, you know, some of the worst outcomes when it comes to treatment, like in the whole world. The challenges that we are facing around lack of providers, for example, cuts across, you know, universally. And so no one has really figured out, you know, how do you solve this complex problem? And to do that, we think that you need complex solutions. And obviously, complex solutions requires that you innovate. And so that's why for us as an organization, and I challenge all of you also work in this space, it's very important for us to always think about innovating. Not to take what the status quo is as the gospel truth, but imagine how it can work in our context and how we can work together to solve this complex problem. The second thing that we really care about is impact, and not just impact, but impact at scale. If we design a complex solution to a complex problem, how can we bring it to scale? And this is really crucial because the need for mental health solutions is a scale need. And in the morning sessions, we talked about the prevalence rates, we talked about the median age, we talked about how crucial innovating for youth mental health is. And so if we are to design a solution, we shouldn't think about how it serves one person or 10 people, but we need to think about how can we bring this solution to scale. Because scale allows us to take our innovation to its full potential. It allows us to really maximize the potential of the solutions that we are building. And if we are doing complex solutions for complex problems, I think it only makes sense for us to want to take the solutions to their full potential. And as we do these two things, we are guided by these three big questions that I want to talk about today. The first question is how can we design innovative solutions for complex problems? And that obviously makes sense. The second question is how can we make our solutions scalable? Which also makes sense. And the third question is how can we achieve impact at scale? And these three questions appear to be similar, but they're really distinct because the first question is an innovation question. It's how do you come up with an idea that can actually solve a problem? The second question is how do you then design your idea to make it scalable and replicable? And the third question is once you've designed your idea to make it scalable and replicable, how do you then accelerate its impact and get it to scale? So let's start with the first question. How can we design innovative solutions for complex problems? And the answer to this question is initially really simple because it starts with an idea. Innovation starts with an idea. You think about something and you have an idea, and that's it. That's where we all begin. We begin with an idea. And so when we were designing and thinking about our solution, the first thing that we did is we asked ourselves what exists out there. And currently, we think about the Western solution to this complex problem of mental health as being the gold standard. So we asked ourselves, what really is this Western solution? And the way it works, quite oversimplified, is if you're a depressed kid in the West, you will need to see either a PhD level psychologist or an MD level psychiatrist. Most of the time, these sessions will be one-on-one. And these one-on-one sessions will, on average, the average therapy protocol is 8 to 12 weeks. And it's very costly, because you have to pay for all of these different sessions. So the idea that existed out there, when we were thinking about this problem to begin with, was one that required this super high level of expertise. One that relied primarily on one-on-one care that lasted multiple weeks, and one that was really, really costly. And very early, we realized that this couldn't work in our context. It couldn't work for a few very obvious reasons. The first is we obviously don't have enough PhD level psychologist or MD level psychiatrist. In fact, the whole country has less than 5 child and adolescent psychiatrists, serving the whole youthful population. So relying on an idea that requires this level of expertise was pretty much dead on arrival. The second is, people can't afford costly therapy. And even if you adjust the cost of traditional therapy in our Kenyan context, unfortunately, it's still not accessible to most of the people who need it. And the third is, when you think about this dependence on one-on-one care, it makes the care process very isolating. It leads to stigma. And finally, most young people, not just young people, but people in general, don't have 12 weeks to go through therapy. So we realized that we needed to think differently. We needed to have a different idea. And as we were thinking about this different idea, we were inspired by other ideas which existed out there. And that's one of the great things about innovation. You always stand on the shoulders of other people. And these ideas which excited us seemed very simple at the beginning. Very simple ideas. The first is this idea of tiered caregiving or task shifting. The idea that you can train people who are non-professionals to do something. And this idea took its root in primary health, when we started training non-professionals to do things like prevention, etc. And then it slowly also got its way into behavioral health. And so we were really inspired by the work that folks had been doing in Africa, in India, Asia, South America, around this idea of task shifting and training non-professionals to be able to provide care. And the reason why we're excited about this is it, in theory, could help solve the expert challenge that we were facing in our context. The second idea that excited us was in the last 15 to 20 years, there was this emerging evidence that simple, brief interventions could be effective. There was more evidence that was suggesting that doing simple things like teaching people how to problem solve through making values-aligned decisions could be as effective as taking them through 4 to 6 weeks of CBT. And we were excited about that because if you combined that with the power of task shifting, you could be able to train non-professionals to deliver these very brief, simple interventions. And the third idea, which really excited us, was this idea of community. And we really loved this idea of community because it allowed us to make well-being and mental health less of an isolating one-on-one thing to a more communal thing, tapping into some of the social existing systems that we have around families, churches, mosques, schools, etc. And so what we did is we asked ourselves, could we put all of these 3 ideas together? And we did that. And when we, I'm just going to skip. And when we put all of these ideas together, we put them together into this broader concept of tiered psychotherapy, which basically refers to being able to offer people the appropriate level of care that they need in a structured step manner. And so in theory, kind of how we envisioned doing this is we will use schools as our community because most young people are in schools. We will train 18 to 22-year-olds through task shifting as lay providers, and they could deliver group therapy. We will have them deliver these effective low-touch interventions, and they will do that within a 3-tier structure that ensures that people get appropriate care. And the 3-tier structure that we envisioned worked by having the lay providers at the base delivering this low-touch care. but having them supported by quote-unquote semi-professionals, so folks who, either graduated with a bachelor's in psychology or a master's in psychology. They're on their way towards getting the PhD, but they're not yet there yet. But the early stage career folks with a mental health background. And eventually you'll tap into the network of the few existing psychologists and psychiatrists. And so in theory, you could design a system that allowed for both upward referral and downstream referral in a way that makes sense in our context. So it starts with an idea. And that's kind of how we started, by putting together these three simple ideas into this one idea that eventually will form the Shamiri model. So you have your idea, so what next? Your idea must accomplish something, because otherwise it's just an idea, and ideas in and of themselves have no value to the world if they're not actually accomplishing something. So what did we want to accomplish with this idea that we had? What we wanted to accomplish with this idea was our broader mission as an organization, which was to enable young people to thrive. And so the idea, eventually accomplishes the mission. And so that's how you put them together. You have something that you care about, a problem that you want to solve, and that problem guides your mission. And then you come up with an idea of how to solve that problem and how you put it together. And so the idea then, eventually solves the problem and implements the mission. But the question is how? So we need to connect the dots between our idea and the outcome that we want to accomplish. So we have this idea of tiered psychotherapy. We have this mission of enabling young people to thrive, but we need to find a way of connecting those dots to make our idea flow smoothly all the way to arriving at the impact that we desire. And the way we do that is what we, in theory, normally call our theory of change or our theory of impact. So basically how we connect our idea and our mission. So if we do our idea will lead to someone doing something differently. And as an outcome of them doing that something differently, we will be able to achieve that mission. And so for us, at Shamiri, if we can't be able to find a way to do this idea of tiered psychotherapy, what will lead to is young people will have access to effective care. And the consequence of that is that young people will thrive. But to get to that mission, to get to that impact, we have to do behavior change. Someone has to do something differently. We have to get young people who want to be providers. We have to have schools that actually agree to allow us to run the sessions. We have to have young people who actually attend the sessions. Because if someone doesn't do anything differently, you never really connect the dot between your idea and the mission. So impact is all about behavior change, and someone has to do something different if we are to achieve the outcome that we are looking for. And so the question that we ask ourselves then is, what behaviors do we need to change? And in our context at Shamiri, what we realized was there's a few behaviors that we needed to change. We need to start, for example, at the Ministry of Education level. We need the Ministry of Education to agree that youth mental health is a problem, to agree to wanting to do something about it, and to allow us to work in schools to implement our model. So we had to get people in the ministry to do something different. Otherwise, our idea is dead on step one, and we never really get to the mission and the impact that we desire. We have to get schools to sign up. We have to get them to agree to have us come to the school, to give us time in the calendar. We have to get young people to sign up for the session. And importantly, we have to get them to attend the session, to practice these skills, because only then do we arrive at this mission of enabling young people to thrive. And as you can see from this visualization, all of these steps are necessary for us to take our idea from just being an idea to having it actualize the impact and the mission that we want. If any of those steps fail, we never really get to the mission that we want. But behaviors don't change on their own. Schools just don't sign up, students just don't sign up on their own. Someone must drive this change. And so, what do we need to do to make this behavior change happen? Because we have to drive these behavior changes. And from this, we realize that all behavior change need a driver. They need something that actually gives the force to make things move. And so, for example, in our context, to get the Ministry of Education to approve, we have to engage with the government. We have to get, an MOU or an authorization, kind of with the government. That is what we need to do to drive, kind of that change. Same with schools. We need to map out schools. We need to meet principals. We need to get agreements with the schools. We need to get ways to be able to schedule, with the schools. We need to engage with students. We need to have a process for signing them up. We need to have messaging around, how we get them to sign up. For them to be able to attend sessions, we have to be able to recruit and train providers. We have to be able to offer these sessions and build out these referral pathways. And so all behaviors eventually have drivers. And once you map out these drivers, you realize that these drivers eventually form the set of activities that you do as an organization or as an individual to make this behavior change happen. And as you're building these activities, you realize that when you're trying to make behavior change happen, as you're designing these activities, you're speaking to one of four things. You're speaking to status, right? Like the same way, for example, that iPhone does, like they try to get you to buy the phone, by speaking to status. You're speaking to belonging, you're trying to get people to feel that they need to be part of something or formal. That's maybe sometimes why we go for events. Why you came here was because what drove that behavior change in you to come here was maybe belonging. You don't want to miss out. You don't know what is happening. You're speaking to fairness. You want to build a world where young people can have access to mental health. And you're speaking to safety, building spaces that people feel comfortable and safe to be the best versions of themselves. And so these drivers, as I mentioned, eventually lead to a set of activities that you do as an organization. And over time, you begin to figure out how to replicate them efficiently. They form the activities, which eventually forms the engine that drives how you turn your idea into the impact that you want. Over time, for example, we become better at figuring out how do we engage with schools, how do we train, how do we recruit, etc. And these activities are what over time creates impact. It's not the idea is a building block, but it's activities that we do around driving the necessary behavior change that our idea needs to actualize, to move to impact, that eventually is the engine that creates this impact. And over time, these activities form what becomes the core elements of your model. And so in our case, when you ask us, what is our model at Shamiri, our model is not tiered lay psychotherapy. It's a set of activities that we're doing over and over again to become really good at having this idea of tiered lay psychotherapy enable young people to thrive. And so that can look something like this, So we realize we need some form of therapy, we need providers, we need processes for getting people to access this therapy, and we need to be able to build community. And different organizations can do these things differently, So for example, some organizations, the type of therapy that they use is problem-based CBT. Other organization maybe work with grandmothers, as the providers, or community health workers. They may have 5 sessions on a bench, for example. And the type of community they may be forming can be a self-help group or a chama, for example. And in fact, this is actually what Friendship Bench does in Zimbabwe. Also just implementing the same idea of child-led psychotherapy, but the set of activities that they're doing to implement that idea is different, for example, from what we do at Shamiri, which is for the therapy, we use low-touch, strengths-based therapy. For the providers, we use fellows and supervisors, as I mentioned. For process, it's 4 sessions of the school. And our community, the way we build a community is through these peer support groups. So that's all about drivers and how these drivers form these activities that eventually allow us to build a model that can help us begin to think about designing for scale. So when we put all of these things together, we turn what was a Shamiri idea into a Shamiri model. And the way it works is, we work with young people in schools. They sign up for Shamiri in schools. They go through these group sessions in schools where they learn these strengths-based interventions like growth mindset, gratitude, and value affirmations. If they need care, they get referral to supervisors and to experts. So that's the first question. How can we design innovative solutions for complex problems? It begins with an idea. We connect our idea to the mission that we care about. We figure out how to connect the dot between the idea and the mission by designing what our theory of impact is. We realize that our theory of impact is all about behavior change, getting people to do something differently. We figure out what we need to do to drive this behavior change. And as we're doing this, we figure out the set of activities that we need to do as we are driving this. And then over time, these activities eventually form what becomes our model. So we'll move on to the second question. So how can we make our solution scalable? So we've arrived now at a place where we have a model. And what we only know from now, from this perspective, is our model connects our idea to our mission, and we know the set of activities that we need to be able to do to make the whole chain run. But we still don't know if this model or this solution is scalable. So how can we make our solution scalable? So as I mentioned at the beginning, scale happens when our idea or our model reaches its full potential. And how we like to think about that is you have this graph, and on one side you have impact, and on the other side you have time. And somewhere up there you have what the full potential of your idea is. And some people call this the scope of the problem. You can also call it the total addressable market size, for the problem that you have. And so in theory, for example, if 1 in 4 Kenyan adolescents needs mental health, and there are 10 million adolescents, the full potential of our idea is if we can reach 2.5 million, people. So how we think about scale is how do we get from where we are at the beginning, and how do we move our model to be able to reach its full potential? Because it only scales when it reaches its full potential. So how do we get there? How do we get our idea to its full potential? So that's when you realize that you need other things outside of yourself. The first thing that you need is you need someone who can actually implement this set of activities that you have. So you have this model, but someone has to implement it. And this can be yourself, so if there are 2.5 million kids, can you as an organization scale to serve 2.5 million kids? It can be others, so you can work in partnership with other organizations, be they businesses, CBOs, NGOs, and you can train them and empower them to be able to replicate this set of activities that are crucial for your model. It can also be government, you can work with the government at the county or the national level, and you can have the government pick up this set of activities and replicate it and bring it to scale. And what we realize when we're thinking about this is it's mostly always never going to be yourself as an organization. If you think about the need for the solution that you're designing, if you're to really get it to reach its full potential, you're almost always never going to do it alone. And that's why we will be talking later, and I think we talked earlier about this approach we use in partnering with other organizations to be able to replicate this model that we are doing, because we realize that as an organization, we cannot be able to do this alone. The second thing you realize is you need someone to pay for it, and that's a really crucial realization. You may have the best model, you may have government or others who are really excited and ready to replicate it, but if no one is paying for it, it's just not going to go anywhere. And here you realize that you only have a few options when you're thinking about who your payer is. You can either directly charge the beneficiaries or the consumers themselves. You can also use philanthropy. You can use big aid like USAID, or you can use government. You can get government to pay for your solution. But all of these decisions, have their own different trade-offs. For example, governments are generally broke, they're always trying to increase taxes. It's a reality. So if you have a solution where you're going to expect the government to pay for it, most often you're dead on arrival, right? For example, if you're going to the Ministry of Health, they are not Treasury, right? So they don't really write the budget. And the budget lines also depend on different priorities. But the reason I'm bringing up these two things is as you're designing your model to be scalable, you need to think about this. This is the next step in the innovation. Who is going to do it and who is going to pay for it? Because that decision then determines how you build your model, how you build and design these activities, and how you scale them up. So how do you get your idea to its full potential? You need a payer, you need a buyer. And then also you need to actually ensure that your model is scalable once you have a doer and once you have a payer. And here you need to collect evidence that it actually works. And Anthony spoke a little bit about this dual engine framework for learning while scaling. And this is kind of really where it kicks in. Does our model really work? If our idea is supposed to achieve this impact of having young people thrive, is it actually really doing that? And so you have to look at the effect sizes. You have to ask yourself, if someone was, let me use a livelihood example. If I have a livelihood model and someone was making 1,000 shillings per month, how much are they making after my model? Are they making 1,100 shillings? Are they making 2,000 shillings? What's the magnitude of this effect? Does this effect really matter? So I may, using this example, move someone's monthly income from 1,000 to 1,100. But the 100 shillings is not really consequential in their life. It doesn't really move a needle in terms of their purchasing power. And so whereas my effect size might look great, I'm improving income by 10%, the actual consequence of that improvement by 10% might not be meaningful in people's lives. And then thirdly, you have to ask yourself, what is the rigor of the evidence that I have to support this? And this is where the evidence engine comes into place, because you need to generate causal evidence that actually the change that you're attributing to your model can actually be attributed to your model. For example, through randomized controlled trials. And so we've done this at Shamiri. So we've tested if our model actually is good enough and does have meaningful consequences in people's lives. And we've tested this through a lot of different RCTs, and I'll just share a couple of these RCTs that we've tested. So the first one that we did, what we found was for depression symptoms, and we had an active control group, which is a much more significant comparator compared to treatment as usual. As you can see on the graph, for both depression and anxiety, we found that across the 4 weeks of the intervention, people's symptoms actually decreased, but they decreased also in a meaningful way, because the decrease actually meant that over 4 weeks they went below the threshold for meeting the criteria for depression and anxiety. And then we also replicated this trial in a second randomized trial, where we found, generally similar effects. We found similar effects, and we also did a longer term follow-up, and we found the effects stayed until 7 months. We stopped the study in 2020 because of COVID, but we did it from 2019 into 2020. So how does this translate in the lives of young people? So what we found is, on average, 80% of the kids who go through our programming no longer meet the criteria for depression after the 4 weeks, and 82%, no longer meet the criteria for anxiety. But whenever I speak about this, what really excites me is when we put these effect sizes into comparison with what others from around the world, are doing. And one way that we can do that is through what we call common language effect sizes. So we try to translate the effect sizes that we have from these trials into quote-unquote common language. And whereas it's not 100% statistically accurate, it does help explain the story of impact a little bit better. So you can imagine that when you go through an intervention, you have between a 0 and 100% chance of becoming better. So if you go to hospital and you have a malaria drug, on average, the malaria drug may give you a 90% chance, for example, of not having malaria after you take it. So when you do something like that for mental health, what we did was we looked at a meta-analysis that took 50 years of RCTs and youth psychotherapy from the US. And what they found was that on average, traditional therapy in the US has a 64% chance of making someone, for example, who was depressed become not depressed after going through the intervention. And when we translated our own effects into these common language effect sizes, we were pretty surprised, because we were at 62% common language effect sizes. And just given, that the American model is one that, as I mentioned, requires 12 sessions, depends, on costly one-on-one therapy, requires a PhD, whereas the crux of our model, was only 4 sessions, was group-based, and needed only fellows of a high school degree. We were really excited about, these effects, because we showed that, we could have almost similar effects as those from the folks in the US are having by taking a completely, different approach. And so that really excited us. And so we think then that if, from an evidence-based perspective, you can make the argument that the American model is the gold standard, you should similarly make the argument that the Shamiri model is also the gold standard. So that's the first thing, making sure that your model is good enough and it actually does the impact that you intend for it to do. Effect sizes, making sure it's consequential, meaningful, and the rigor of the evidence. The second thing, when now you're trying to design and make your model scalable, is you have to think about if the model is big enough. Can it actually reach the full potential? And the way you can imagine this is you have where your model is needed. So for example, in the example I gave, 2.5 million students in Kenya, in theory, need the Shamiri model. But on the other hand, you have where your model can actually work. If our model relies on having supervisors and having some experts, for the referrals, it may go to, context where our model can't really work because there are obviously constraints, around your model. And these constraints can include things like geography, demographics, income, policy, stability, talent, etc. And so when you think about some of the things that we're doing is looking at different geographies. So if we work, in Kiambu County or Kajiado County, does this change the effects? If we work in national schools, versus day schools, does it really change the effect, right? And so doing this type of test allows us to figure out, what the true scope and potential of our model is. And the third thing is realizing and asking yourself, is your model simple enough for your doer to replicate it? So we talked about eventually someone has to implement your model. The question is, can they actually implement it? So if you're relying, for example, on government to implement your model, the government requires really simple things to implement. If you need the government to run recruitment, run training, run supervision, work with schools to do scheduling, most likely the government is not going to be able to implement this. So as you think about who you do is, you ask yourself, is the set of activities that we are doing simple enough for them to be able to replicate? For us, we think that other organizations and other partners are going to be the people who actually take this model and run with it. And so we've been testing if these organizations can be able to replicate, our model. And Rahim mentioned this in the morning session, but just to give a preview of some of the findings from that real-world implementation. In white, you can see the partners. So that's the partner organizations that were implementing Shamiri versus Shamiri implementing itself. And you see that actually, the trends and the trajectories are generally similar, which gives us encouragement that other organizations can actually be able to replicate this model. And here you also look at fidelity and you look at adherence to protocol. You look at things like that to see if your model is simple enough. And then finally, cheap enough, can others be able to afford it? Can they pay for it? And here, you think about two things. The first is you think about unit cost. Think about what your costs are as an organization. If I do all of these activities, how much does it actually cost me to be able to implement this? You also look at cost effectiveness. I may have something which is super low cost, but if it's not cost effective, maybe it makes sense for people to spend money on other things which are more cost effective. Look at unit cost and look at cost effectiveness. But you also look at them not only from an internal perspective, but from an external perspective, from a payer perspective. If your unit costs are 2,000 shillings and you want the government to pay for this, you're kind of in trouble because the government only spends, I think, 15,000 shillings per student in education. So how are you going to convince them to add an additional 2,000 shillings on whatever they're spending already? If you want parents, for example, to be able to pay for this, can they pay 2,000? What can they really pay? And can you drive a unit cost to get there? So can you get your unit cost to your payer's price point? And we also, think about that a lot at Shamiri. And so when we started doing this in 2021, our unit cost was $21, about 2,500 shillings. And we realized that regardless of whether it was going to be the beneficiaries, whether it's going to be the government or philanthropy, this was just not going to be affordable. And so we had to find ways to drive our cost to a way that was more affordable, for people. And so over the years, what we have done is move from $21 to currently where we are, which is about $7 or 850 shillings per person. But that's only one side of the equation, because even at 850 shillings, we don't think that this is cheap enough for our payer to pay. If we want to get parents and schools and government to pay for this, we need to get it to be even cheaper. And we think that that price point is about $3. So if we can get this to about 400 shillings, we think it may be possible to get some mix of government and parent payment to eventually make this happen. Because as you scale, as I mentioned, eventually someone has to pay for it. And often it's either going to be the beneficiaries or the government, because philanthropy is great in starting you off, but eventually at scale, you need real money, which either comes from the beneficiaries or the government. So that's it about getting your model to be cheap enough. The second thing is on cost effectiveness, right? And so basically, you think about your unit cost and then you think about how effective your intervention is. Because when people are making decisions about what to pay for, they want to pay for what is the most cost-effective thing. And here, from a mental health perspective, we look at a few different things. The first thing that we look at is what we call the cost per clinically meaningful improvement. So what this translates to is how much does it actually cost you to get someone from being depressed to not depressed. And often this cost is not similar to your unit cost, because if you're working with 100 people, not all of them are going to move from being depressed to not depressed. So you need to figure out how many of them are moving from depressed to not depressed versus the total cost of running into the full, sample of people that you're working with. And when we do that, currently, kind of our cost per clinically meaningful improvement is about $22 for both depression and anxiety, which, as I mentioned, will be higher than what your unit cost is, because not everyone who goes through your model, arrives at the outcome that you intend. And so you need to find a way to also look, kind of at your cost effectiveness and how to improve this cost efficacy. Another approach, which is quite popular in the development and health economic field, is looking at your cost efficacy from a quality of life perspective. And so the idea here is, if you get someone from being depressed to not depressed, you're improving their quality of life. And this then allows you to, in theory, be able to compare your cost of improving people's quality of life to other different types of interventions. So for example, if you have malaria and you move from not having malaria, your quality of life, kind of has improved somehow. And so health economists can then be able to put some dollar value into these improvements in your quality of life. And so we can also do this. And when we do this, we find that Shamiri's cost for improving quality of life is quite steep. It's $800. But if you compare it to what other health interventions in the mental health space are, it's actually pretty cheap, because most of the Western-based solutions require supposed to be $30,000 plus to improve people's quality of life. So you look at unit costs and you also look at your cost efficacy. So how can we design innovative solutions for complex problems? We've talked about that. We start with an idea, we think about the mission, we connect those two, we figure out the behaviors that we need to change, the drivers and the activities that we need to do to change those behaviors. These activities eventually become our model. And then with the second question, how can we make this model scalable? We need a doer. We need someone who will actually do it. We need someone who will actually pay for it. And then we need to answer 4 questions. Is our model good enough? Does it actually make the change that we say it does? Is it big enough? Is the scope of the solution that we have big enough to solve this problem? Is it simple enough? Can the person or the people we think are going to do it, can they actually do it? Is it cheap enough? Can our payer pay for it? So this brings us to the last question. So how can we achieve impact at scale? So we have innovated and we've designed a model. We've found ways to make this model replicable and scalable. And now we need to move it from being replicable and scalable to scale. And here we need a few things. First is technology. And technology is really crucial because technology is an enabler for scale. Technology allows us to improve efficiency. If we want to make our model cheap, we can get efficiency through technology to drive costs low. If we want to make a model simple, we can use technology to automate processes, make it easier for other people to do. If we want to make our model big, we can use technology to increase the reach, of the people that we want to serve. And we can also use technology to innovate and make our model better at achieving this impact. And so we think that technology is a really, really crucial enabler for taking a scalable model and getting it to scale. And it's something that over the last 1 to 2 years, and really over the last 1 year, we've begun to focus on quite heavily at Shamiri. How can we leverage technology to take this model that we think is scalable and get it to achieve its full potential? And we're doing this in 2 different ways. The first way is we're thinking about technology from an efficiency perspective. Can we use technology to make operations more efficient? Operations from recruiting to training to paying people, supervising people. Can we use technology to build tools for the providers, tools that help them, become better at their job? Can we use technology to enhance monitoring and evaluation, to enhance, quality control as we're empowering other partners to do this? And last year, we spoke at quite a lot of detail about Shamiri OS and what it includes, which we won't do today, but at a very high level, it is the technology stack that we've built that can do all of these things. So it can automate operations, it can provide the different providers with the tools that they need, and it can provide us with different tools that we need for monitoring and evaluation. And as Rahim mentioned, since last year, we've done at least 40,000 therapy sessions through Shamiri OS, and we're really excited because we are in the process of making it open source and having other organizations use it as well, as we mentioned we will do last year. So what we really wanted to talk about when it comes to technology, this summit was about AI, because that's what everyone is talking about. What about AI? Like, how do we think AI can be used as a pillar within technology to allow us to reach impact at scale? And Shamiri, we think that AI can do a few things, and we are cautiously optimistic about these 2 things that it can do. The first is we think that AI can make better therapies, and the second thing we think is AI can make therapists better, and I'll speak about those 2 things. So I think the potential of AI within the mental health space, it can allow us to design better therapies, and it can also allow us to make our current providers much better and much more efficient at using the current therapies that they use. So let's first start by talking about how can we use AI to help us design better therapies. So here, there are a few things that we can do. So the first thing is around this idea of precision care. And the idea behind precision care is finding ways of matching people with appropriate care. And so if you look at our model within those 3 tiers, are there ways we can figure out which kid needs to see an expert, which one needs a supervisor, which one needs a fellow. When we're thinking about the different interventions that we have in mental health, can we figure out which therapies work best for which type of person, and how can we match them, with those type of therapies? But we haven't made a lot of progress on that yet. What we've really made progress on, and what we really want to talk about today, is how we can use AI to make better therapists and to make better providers. And here, there are a few things that we've thought about. So we've thought about the process of becoming a provider and becoming a therapist. And it begins with training. You go through some training process, be it in university, be it in medical school. If you're a provider, you also have some training process that you go through, and that's the first process, training. And then after training, you actually need to implement your sessions. And that's where we think the real learning actually happens, when you move from the classroom setting to actually be in the front line and when you're delivering sessions. That's where you learn. And that's why supervision becomes really important. How can you better supervise providers across these 3 tiers, and how can you do it at scale? And the supervision is important because not only does it improve outcomes, but it also helps the providers figure out what works, what doesn't work, how can they become better. And over the last 12 months, we've been working on a tool to be able to do just this, and a tool that can help us figure out how to better train providers, and a tool that can help us be able to figure out how can we better supervise providers, and how can we do it at scale. And we're calling it Shamiri AI. And we hope initially it will make providers better, but over time, we also want it to also build better therapies. And so I'm going to invite on stage your head of technology, Shadrach Lilan, who will talk us through Shamiri AI. Shadrach.
Hey, good afternoon, people. Yeah, it's really interesting to see tech people outside of their caves. So this is a rare occurrence. Please enjoy it while it lasts. And also know, for the most part, tech also keeps your client lines busy. All the stresses that tech brings. But I promise that here at Shamiri, we use tech for good. So. You've heard what Tom has said about Shamiri OS and Shamiri AI. If you'd like to know more, you can also join us for our tech track session tomorrow, and then we'll go deep into the guts of what we've actually built. But for today, I'll just focus on Shamiri AI and how we have implemented it this year. So one of the key problems was the supervision aspect. So how we used to go about doing QA, or how supervisors would, do this weekly supervision check-ins with their lay providers would be, we would, take a sample of the group sessions, and then we'll have them recorded with manual tape recorders. I hope you understand the operating environment in our public high schools and all the anti-tech devices in schools policy. But we also make sure that we get written informed consent. That is really important. And that's one of the themes that I'm sure has emerged with regards to ethics and data safety with AI. So once we did that, we will have supervisors, listening to those sessions. It's 1 hour long. So you can imagine, if you begin a backlog of like 20 or so bits of audio, it can get really tiring. And also the feedback delivery rate is actually quite slow. So if I'm having, as a provider, if I'm having a session today, I would at least like that by the time I get to my next session, I will have, some more, relevant feedback based on what happened in the actual session. And then also, in the ideal world, the supervisor will divide themselves and be invincible in all these tables and, listening to the conversation, but that's just not possible. But this is one thing that the AI has enabled us to do. So how does it work? I'll give you a brief summary, and then I will do a live demo of a session which happened today, and we'll also contrast with how our actual Shamiri session works and how the AI tool does this scoring. So when you get the audio, there are two things I think you listened into. Is how was the protocol followed? Did you follow all the things that you needed to talk about, or how you facilitated the group session and all that? There's also the other bit of how did you, like the group dynamics. It's very easy for you to talk the whole time and your group is just flat. You wonder if that was a really, great session. And then at the same time, you can also have a really vibrant group, but you didn't even talk about anything meaningful. But we will say that the session happened, right? So that's kind of the hard things to look out for. But good thing with AI, it's kind of something you can do. So when we started the development of this, I know people have used ChatGPT and all that. There was a time you couldn't upload files or or pictures or things like that. It just used to be text, and that's the main format. So what we do is we get the transcript from that audio. This is automated. We do not hire anyone to do the transcript. We used to do that, but as you can see, you'll have to listen in 1 hour to get the transcript, another hour to also just give a rating on how the session went. So we get the transcript, so that talks about the content of the session. And the second thing we do, I don't know how many of you are familiar with linguistics. There are things called speech prosody, which is just things like your tone, your rhythm, pitch, those kind of things, because those also have, those are usually cues during a conversation. Like based on that, you can tell if someone is stressed or is anxious, and so on and so forth. So we do take those two things, and then we actually now offload that responsibility to generative AI and ask, how did this session go? But this took some iteration. Actually, the first time, it will just give you really interesting answers. I'm sure you've seen it. You're absolutely right. This was a great session. Or other times, it's like, no. Actually, okay, please narrow down your focus. Think as a therapist who is training lay providers. How is this? And then you find things. And then we continue to iterate up until the point where we got it to be able to completely, to the best of our knowledge, understand how our lay providers are trained and how even the human experts would have graded that session afterwards. And with that, you also notice some really interesting cues. So during the training process, you'd have things like, if you said like, okay, please flag when someone mentions anything about suicidality or drug abuse, stuff like that. Some of those could be used for anecdotes, like, let me tell you about my own personal story, and this is how I overcame this challenge. But the fact that someone just mentioned that is like, wait, red flag, this is not a great session. Did the lay provider handle this or stuff like that? But enough of talking. I know techies are very proud people. They like showing off what they did rather than talking about it. And if I don't show them, I'll have let my tribe down. So on to the good stuff. So today, during the panel that Rahim was moderating, if you noticed, he had his phone on the floor. That was intentional. So we recorded that session. And you obtain the transcript there, as you can see. You see, this is Rahim, the session lead, and all the other participants. Now, you'd notice also that we minimize any mentions of names PII is really important. So by the time you're going to interact with an LLM, you also need to make sure that there's no personally identifiable information that goes into those systems. So that's just it. I won't go through the whole transcript. The other thing you should notice is there are markers for when the session lead spoke and when a participant spoke. And also, if you see some numbers there, those are the timestamps of when someone started speaking and stopped speaking. So we did transcribe this. Unfortunately, I'll have to open the guts of how the AI works. So you'll now see. Sorry, I know this is Greek for most people, but this is where the magic happens. Can cue some elevator music. Yeah. Yeah, so as I said, you can see there are two files there, transcript, audio features. So we do take those and then we pipe it to a generative AI. So the one that we found was really useful for us was the one from Google, Gemini, if you've ever heard of it. The reason being, like, when you're doing the transcription, it's also really important that you don't translate that stuff. Why? I know some of you will identify with this, but there's a certain way you will, sorry. Yeah, so we'll get back into that. So there's a certain way, like someone will say something in maybe Sheng or Kiswahili, which carries a different weight, and you will know that something's maybe off or they're trying to communicate something differently. So if you translate that, there's something literally lost in translation, literally. But then now when you try it with other, generative AI tools, some of them, and these are one of the challenges maybe you might have heard of, like a lot of these things are trained on Western data. So taking this to ChatGPT or Claude will get really bad results because they can't understand Kiswahili or Sheng. So that's useless for us. But now when you use with Google, I guess based on how they train their stuff and all the things people Google search or on YouTube or whatever, it gets it. So let me now show you how the PDF looks like, the feedback that gets sent back to the supervisor and the lay provider. So just a little bit of background on the fidelity grid. We used to score how a group session went on 6 dimensions. So we trained the system to understand what those dimensions mean. So this was feedback from Rahim's session in the morning. So, it was just a panel. There's nothing about the Shamiri protocol really that's happening. There are no students, there's nothing. And this is some of the stuff that we can do. One improvement that the generative AI did for us is also providing a justification. Why did you think this person scored a 1 on that particular aspect? So here, the question is, did the group leader follow the Shamiri protocol and deliver the required content? So they did not say anything. They're not doing anything about growth mindset. They're talking about scaling and partnering, things which are just irrelevant for a group therapy session. So I think that score is justified. Again, did you adhere to stuff? No. And you see now we can also mention specific things. They're focusing on policy, fundraising, etc., rather than actually, what the Shamiri protocol dictates. So the other stuff, generally this was just a poor group therapy session, but it wasn't. It was really bad. But that's not all, so let me just scroll further down. Now there's also additional qualitative feedback. So here's a summary. Yes, it was a structured panel discussion with a nice moderator. It was pretty open, I think, and good pacing of questions and answers, but it was not therapeutic at all. Yeah. So even the facilitator now becomes a moderator, not really someone trying to deliver a session. And then, so some of the strengths from this, in as much as it was a poor group therapy session, is that Rahim is a really good, moderator. So maybe with some training on the Shamiri protocol, he can actually make a really good lay provider. Yeah, again, very relevant, open-ended. So, but one of the places where you just went wrong is just a mismatch. This was not a group therapy session, which is fine. And then things about session flow and engagement, and that was, I think, correctly captured there. Flags for behavior, they didn't talk about anything suspicious that or requires further follow-up, unless you're looking for money. Cool. And then, yeah, just... yeah, as you can see the recommendations, like us, we've tuned our system to really optimize for how to conduct an effective group therapy session run by lay providers. So this is just, a random recording here, but we can go to an actual feedback from one of the sessions that was carried out this year. So yeah, same grading rubric which was there before. Yeah, so some things they did pretty well on, some things, just mid. Yeah, and then let me just scroll down. Yeah, and then maybe just like a, some overall summary. There's also more qualitative feedback for this. So it seems like they're really good at, building rapport in the group, clarity and accessibility, use of open-ended questions during the session, and they stuck to the topic. However, it looks like they weren't really good at, doing validation or rephrasing. I think just normal peer counseling techniques. And also time management. Seemed like they spent too much time doing icebreakers rather than covering the actual content. And then, yeah, how we handle confidentiality, which is really serious for us. And then also some of the interesting flags. So, for example, a student, talking about their body image issues, but as you can see, this was one of the things we learned as we were iterating on this, that sometimes it's okay for someone to say this, as an anecdote or maybe just a hypothetical example. So we have cues to look for when it's actually a distress situation. And then here's some recommendations that the lay provider can take. So now this one, in the spirit of technology and MVPs, like we used to email these ones out to the supervisors so that they can also have this as soon as possible. So what you will take maybe an hour and a half to do, now this is cut down to around 5 to 10 minutes, right? And we can be able to send that feedback as fast as possible, and you can be able to supervise effectively. So maybe now the next frontier is how can you use this for training? If you're doing role-playing sessions, you don't really need to have a supervisor there with you. You can just talk into your phone and you get real-time feedback on how to improve. Yeah, so that's a bit of Shamiri AI. There's a lot more in the pipeline, but thank you so much for your time. If in case of any questions, you can see me at lunch or some other time.
Great, thank you so much, Shadrach. And what we had hoped to do, which he has done really well, is just give a concrete flavor of one of the ways that we are using AI to improve supervision of providers. Do you know which slide? No, it started from the very top. Shut your crowd, bumper on Oh, sorry for that. It took us all the way to the morning. But I was just saying, one of the things we are excited about is now how that can help us improve efficiency. So helping, kind of improve how we are supervising fellows, especially as we are scaling up, we think it's going to be, super important. So that's just one of the ways that, we are kind of concretely using AI right now. And just to end this AI conversation, right now, and through what Shadrach has mentioned, we are mostly leveraging, large language models. So we're using these models like Gemini, kind of as the crux of our AI solution. But what we really think is that in the future, and especially with mental health, the future of how we think about AI may actually be built on what we're calling small language models. And the rationale for why we think small language models may actually be more effective in the long run is for a couple of reasons. So the first one is it allows us to really give control to the implementers, doers, and supervisors that we are having, allowing them to have the potential to, build their own, for example, fidelity systems, super localized in a super small scale, just using the own existing, kind of like data sets. The second reason is we think it also will become more cost efficient. We don't need to run these sessions that we're doing, through super large language models, like we could build a small model that can be able to do this transcription, can be able to provide, this feedback. And so, as we are moving forward, one of these next frontiers for us is figuring out, how can we also, begin to build and leverage on more smaller language models that can be, domiciled at the provider level, at the supervisor level, at the site level, to really be able to have, kind of similar effects. This is some of the things that we are looking forward to over the coming year. And similarly, we are starting to think about how can we leverage this as a technology for public good. How can we be able to get other organizations, other providers, etc., to be using this AI tool, kind of as part of their day-to-day practice. And in this regard, we're thinking of building three, different layers. So the first layer is an application layer. So what Shadrach showed is really great and fascinating. But if you think about it from an end user consumer perspective, it is still not yet fit for purpose, as an application that a supervisor or a provider or an implementing organization can use. Right now we still do need to have tech people who can run those Python scripts that Shadrach was doing to be able to get, kind of like that transcript. So how do we build, like a consumer-facing application layer on top of it that can be easily accessible, for people? And the second part is thinking about an analytics layer, because we think analytics can back, kind of to the idea we were talking about, designing for scale and making sure that our model is, simple enough and good enough. We think data and analytics can be really crucial, for providers also. If the fellows and the supervisors have an integration to outcome data, they can be able to further strengthen the ability to supervise and further figure out, kind of which techniques, work better. And then finally, kind of is in an integration layer, because basically what happens is a lot of these different systems and data, sit in silos. If you're working with different organizations and government partners, county or national, they all use different tech and system infrastructure. And at some point, we need to be able to, integrate, all of these things. And so these are the ways we're thinking of evolving, Shamiri AI from just being an internal tool that we're using at Shamiri to be more like of a public good. And so one of the things that we are committing to is before the next Shamiri Summit, depending on how fast Shadrach and his team is, we will have a public-facing version of this supervision tool that anyone can be able to use in their context with their data and with their own training. And that's something that we're excited about as we begin to move from what we've been doing internally to thinking about how to, use our tool as a public good. So that's technology. Technology is one of these really important things that allows us to then begin to move our model, from just being a scalable model and taking it to its full potential. As we've highlighted, it helps with operations, helps reduce cost, but also, can make our model, much better over time. And we've illustrated some of the ways that we're doing that at Shamiri, but also more broadly for all of us as we're thinking about the different models and solutions that we are having, just thinking of technology as an enabler that allows us to then move from where we are and moving much closer to taking our idea to its full potential. The second thing that helps us to take our idea to its full potential is policy. And this makes a lot of sense because policy can either put up roadblocks or policy can, create space and room, for change. And we are generally lucky that in Kenya we do have a generally good policy environment. Of course, there's always improvements that can be made. But from a policy perspective, I think we are making a lot of progress in starting to put in place the policy infrastructure that allows us to scale. And for us, we think about this policy work as being really fundamental, not just in enabling our work, but in allowing not just us, but all of us who are working in this space to imagine and design and build a mental health model that actually works in this context. If we really think that task shifting, if we really think that using this, brief evidence interventions can be effective, then we also need to move our policy environment to get to a place that actually acknowledges and recognizes and prioritizes this type of work, as well. So policy, and unfortunately, policy is not really within our control, but we're really happy to have folks from the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education who are really, thinking about policy, but just want to emphasize that we really need you, to be able to move, from where we are to get our idea to reaching impact at scale. The next thing that we need to do is we need to begin shifting the burden of implementing the set of activities that we have within our model from us as the originating organization, and we need to shift it to other organizations and other partners. Basically, it is impossible, for Shamiri to work across the whole of Kenya. We're not experts in all of these different counties. We need both private, CBO-based partners. We also need, both county and national, partners to allow us to be able to, really do this. And so in the journey of scaling, the more you can begin to shift this burden of having to do every single thing and have the doer begin to do this, it really amplifies your ability to scale. If you're working with a county government, for example, it opens up avenues to be able to work across the whole county, which will be much faster than if Shamiri was doing it on a school-by-school basis. So moving your idea from just being a scalable model to reaching the impact at scale also requires you over time to begin shifting the burden of implementing to other doers. And similarly, you also need to find ways of shifting the burden of paying to other payers. And we've talked about this a little bit from an internal organizational perspective. It's about driving your unit cost to get towards this target price for your payer. But also on the other hand, it's beginning to demonstrate a strong value proposition, for your eventual payer to want to pay for this. Because eventually, if you don't do this, you don't really reach your full potential because you don't have someone at scale who can pay for it. So you need to shift the burden of paying to the ultimate payer. And then there is also this idea of collective action. We are stronger together. Like when people come together, it's easier for us to get things, done together. And collective action happens in a lot of different, ways. It can happen from a policy perspective, from an education perspective. But for us, it's also important that it happens from an implementation perspective. There are a lot of organizations around which are doing some elements of a similar type of model. They're working with young people that are doing task shifting. But we need to move away from each of us reinventing the wheel for ourselves to trying to find ways in which we can leverage each other's resources. Not everyone needs to do an RCT. If one organization has done that, can others leverage on this, etc. So collective action then becomes, a really powerful way for us to move our idea from just being a scalable model to arriving at its full impact. So how can we achieve impact at scale? It's by leveraging technology, thinking about technology as an enabler that can help us to, lower cost, make our model simpler, etc. Part of it now also with advances in AI, just thinking about how we can do that to further enhance the ability of technology as an enabler. And it's about policy, finding ways of, making sure we have the right policy environment that doesn't act as a barrier to our scaling plans. And it's about shifting the burden, to the doer, getting other people to, come along with you and begin doing your model. Shifting the burden to the payer, getting others to do that, and collective action. So those are the 4 levels that we think you can do as an organization to then move from just having a model that is scalable and push a model to be able to achieve impact at scale. So as we're about to wrap up, just to bring all of this home, we started talking about how can we design innovative solutions for complex problems. We talked about how it all begins with an idea and how over time, we connect the dots between our idea to our mission through behavior change, through drivers and activities that become our model. We talked about how we can then make the solutions to be scalable. We talked about finding a doer, someone who's going to do it, finding a payer, someone who's going to pay for it, making sure that our model is good enough, it actually has the impact that we intend for it to do, that it's big enough and the scope of the problem that we are trying to solve by model, actually makes sense, that it's simple enough for the doer to do, that it's cheap enough for the payer to pay. And finally, we talked about once we do all of this, how do we then move from just having a scalable model to achieving impact at scale? And that's why we talked about technology as an enabler. We talked about policy, collective action, shifting the burden to the doer and to the payer. So one of the things we ask ourselves at Shamiri is if we can be able to do this, if we can really, activate all of these levers, what does that look like? What does the end state really look like? What really is impact at scale, for us? And as I said at the beginning, we think that complex problems require complex solutions. And when we're designing these complex solutions, we have to design them with the idea of scale in mind. For us, that's, kind of really, really important. It's important for us that we go big or we go home. We have to make sure that, if we are spending all of these resources and energy, designing these complex solutions to a very complex problem, we have to be able to achieve impact at scale. And we talked about scale being our idea and our model reaching its full potential. And when we think about that, we ask ourselves, what does that really mean? Like, what does it really mean to reach your full potential? And often we struggle with this question because it's really hard to put a figure on what this full potential is. And that's why we don't really like, setting like targets, etc. Because targets sometimes give the perception, that you're actually making progress, but you're not. So to give an example, as we talked about in the morning session, when we started Shamiri in 2021, we were working with 3,000 students. At the end of last year, we were working with 100,000 students per year. So if you just think about that growth, you may actually think that you're making progress and you're reaching your full potential. But if you think about it from the perspective that 1 in 4 high school students needs mental health service, you realize that the full potential is at least 2.5 million. And so when you put these two numbers together, we realize that we're actually not winning. We are just losing slowly. We think that we are solving the problem, but at this rate of like linear growth, we are never really going to be able to get our model to reach its full potential. And so in that sense, kind of having these numbers and targets help serve as like road post on this journey towards scale. It gives you the next destination. It's as if, let's say you're going to Mombasa, but we're like the next destination is Machakos. So that's how we like, kind of like to think about these numbers and these targets. Is there just like a road post on this journey towards destination, which is getting our idea to reach its full potential? And it's now been 5 years of us doing this, and so we've spent the last 3 months asking ourselves, what do we want to do for the next 5 years? For our first 5 years, it was about setting up, innovating, trying to show that we had a replicable, scalable model, as we talked about, and beginning, kind of like this journey towards achieving impact at scale. We think the next 5 years are going to be primarily and precisely about activating these levers that we've talked about to reach the full potential of our idea. And for us, as I've mentioned, the full potential of our idea is getting our idea to serve all young people who need it. But before we get there, we do need a road post. And so the question we've asked ourselves is, what road post, is both ambitious enough to have a significant dent on the problem, but also, kind of really achievable. And it's something that we've grappled with, or is something that we think is really, really achievable. And so that's what I wanted to share with all of you, today. So today we are making a commitment, and we are making a really, really bold commitment. And we are making that commitment because as an organization, we think we need to go big or we need to go home. And it's something that we want you to all hold us accountable for, because we think, we are really trying to solve a complex problem, and we have a very complex solution for this, and we need to be able to get this solution to scale. And the commitment that we are making is by activating these levers of shifting the burden of what we are doing to other doers and working with other organizations to implement our model, by beginning to shift the burden of paying to our pay at scale, by leveraging technology, by working through collective action, and by helping, which already exist, a good policy environment. We are committing that by 2032, we will be serving 10 million youth every year across East Africa. And so that's our big bet for what we want to do by 2032 as an organization. And to do that, we will need to train 250,000 providers, be they fellows or supervisors, through this task shifting model, which we think will really form the foundation for the next generation of providers. This is what we are excited about, this is what we are committing to, and we think this is a good signpost on the road to allowing us to actually get our model to achieve its full potential at scale. And so how are we going to get there? As I mentioned, we're going to get there through simplifying our model and through collective action. And I'll just invite Rahim to talk about how we will be doing this.
how we're thinking about simplifying our model, as Tom said, we're trying to get to a price point that's $3 per person. And to do that, we need to simplify our model. And how we're thinking about it is building enduring systemic transformation. How can we deliver a model that is embedded into public health and public education systems? And so this process has already started in Kenya, where we are on the road to building out and getting government to commit to in-kind agreements for both Tier 2 and Tier 3 of our caregiving model to be delivered by county governments across Kenya. So that process has already started in Kenya, but we are now also thinking about countries outside of Kenya and broadening our landscape to include the whole of East Africa, so that we're working with governments across the region on our simplified model and getting to deliver at scale, which as Tom mentioned, is around 10 million people. And we also think that collective action can help to unlock this change, this systemic transformation. And so for us, we're really, really happy and excited to be one of the founding members of the Coalition for Scaling Mental Health. So alongside Strong Minds and Friendship Bench, we are one of the founding members, and one of the principles around this coalition is how can we use lay providers to get towards task-shifting models that overcome workforce shortages and overcome barriers like stigma and cost of care across the globe. And so this coalition is going to have its first ever virtual convening later in the month on the 25th of November. We already have over 200 members, and if people in the audience are interested in joining the coalition, either as a member or as an ally, the URL is scalingmentalhealth.org. We have organizations from across the globe. We have more than 5 government ministries as part of the coalition, and funders as well. And over the next 12 months, the coalition is going to be focused on 3 core work areas. The first is around advocacy and dialogue. So how can we embed task-shifting models in national policies across the globe? The second is around research and the creation of a common measure so that the work we do is culturally relevant and effective in all corners of the globe. And the third is around pioneering lay provider innovation. So you've learned a little bit about Shamiri's lay provider model, but there are others. There are organizations outside of Shamiri that have their own lay provider models that are just as effective. And so we want to build kind of a resource bank of all these best practices in lay provider innovation. So in this way, by simplifying our model and gearing ourselves towards collective action, we want to be part of a movement that is transforming mental health care to make it accessible for as many young people as we can.
Thank you, Rahim. Yeah, and just building on what you've said about collective action, I think partnerships, is also, really crucial. Like partnerships beyond just organizations which are working, in the mental health space, and even with those in the mental health space. And so I'll invite Kevin to speak briefly about that.
Shamiri, 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 Shamiria, Shamiria, Shamiria. Nimeona watu wamelala kidogo. I was going to give a whole speech. I'm not necessarily even going to go up there. It will allow me just to do it from the floor space. The 2 elements to what I'm supposed to be talking about. The first element is around government relations, and the second part is about partnerships in general. I did want to, first of all, at least recognize some people who are here today, who are from government ministries and county governments. And if you'll allow me for a few seconds, I know Dr. Ndego from the Ministry of Education had come with his team. We have Alice Nyakiongora. Muneza just stand up and wave. And the Deputy Director, Kemunto Kenani, from the Ministry of Education. From the Ministry of Health, we did have Dr. Karanja in earlier, but she stepped out, and we're also going to be having her Deputy, Dr. Jebet Boit here later. We also have a representative from Murang'a County. I would like to recognize Mr. Anthony Muturi, ICT advisor, Murang'a County. And I do understand that Isaac Karoga, who's the Chief Officer Medical Services, will be joining us later on. Ministry of Public Service, Department of Counseling and Psychology Services is also represented, primarily by Mr. Willis Umbima, who's the director, but we also do have Diana Nkatha here with us today, who also happens to be a former Shamirian, and we're really happy to see her doing great things. So from a government perspective, we typically look at two things. We're thinking about government relations from an implementation perspective and as well as a policy and a policy perspective. When it comes to implementation, I think Tom has done a pretty good job of illustrating for us what are the kinds of things that we have to do in order for us to be able to access the schools, and primarily working with the partnership team at the Ministry of Education. So that becomes pretty much the most important aspect of our current work, is working with the Ministry of Education, not only from getting authorization to access schools, but also doing monitoring and evaluation studies. From a policy perspective, I think we're working a lot with the Ministry of Health, broadly speaking, together with the Ministry of Education to come up with a school mental health guideline, which I think should be coming out over the next, in the near future, which we've done a significant amount of heavy lifting, trying to embed again the work that we do as Shamiri in the policy landscape. We've also worked with the Ministry of Education on items such as the Emergency Education Working Group, which is, I guess, a platform upon which we have different individuals, different organizations working together to go provide services in school level whenever there is an emergency of any kind, and we typically handle the psychosocial aspects of those relationships. When we look at other areas of policy, I think fundamentally, as we go forward, what are we thinking about? And I think, again, Thomas mentioned this in terms of how do we embed ourselves in the policy, but also broadly speaking. If we recall what Dr. Karanja spoke about during her presentation, mental health is not necessarily something that bubbles up in the policy agenda, and neither does it get the necessary backing in terms of financial resources. I think one of the things that we, and through even the coalition, need to be focused on going forward is ensuring that we are raising that voice of bringing mental health, and especially youth mental health, into the government's agenda and making sure that it sticks. And I think Soni might talk about that when we look at the communication aspect of what we're doing going forward. Let me move it later. Shamiri, Shamiri, I'm not done yet, Tom. I'm just moving, shifting over. I'm almost done, though. I'm almost done. From a policy perspective, we've just spoken about how do we embed ourselves and ensure the policy conversation. How do we make sure that Kenya has done an investment case for mental health, but we do not have the necessary financial backing towards it? How do we work with Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, and the Treasury to make sure that those funds are coming on board and that we are being able to push that agenda going forward? When I look at from a partnership perspective, again, I think Thomas spoken about the work we do with researchers, AKU in particular, and I see Dr. Lukoye is here, which is a partnership that we're doing. We have an MOU with them, trying to push our agenda in terms of research. We also have partnerships that we're looking to implement, from a doer's perspective. Again, that is something else that Thomas spoken about, and especially working with organizations like TINADA. So as we go forward, I think the message that we want to send out there, and to each and every one of you here, is we cannot do this alone. We have to find a way to do it together. We cannot press government alone. We must find ways to collectively work together to be able to achieve the kind of scale and bring the kind of change we want to bring into mental health. Recalling one particular quote, if you want to walk fast, if you want to walk fast, if you want to walk far, so let us walk together. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Yeah. And then last, and then as we wrap up, is we need to also communicate. We need to talk about what we are doing, because that's also important in building collective action, building policy. And I will invite Sonny to quickly just speak about this as we wrap up.
Hi guys, me again. Somehow I'm always the last to go before a break, but after me you will get a break, I promise. So as Tom mentioned, we want to talk a little bit about how we're going to communicate all of this work that we're doing. We have big ambitions, incredible tech that Shadrach showed us, and a lot of projects that we want to make sure the right people hear about and that they make impact. So we have 4 strategic pillars that we work with. The first is disruptive innovation. What this means is we're looking at our tech, our AI, and we're looking at our model and how we are boldly challenging Western orthodoxy. We want to showcase the African mental health solution for youth that actually works. Second, it's our evidence-based. We want to talk about the evidence-based challenges that we're making, and that's all of the work that our wonderful research team does and some of the flash talks that you heard earlier today. But it's not just about our own work, it's also about the work of all the people who are in the research space on the continent. We've got some incredible young students who are showcasing some of their excellent research today. It's just outside in the hallway. I strongly recommend you check it out. But for us, it's about how are we challenging, again, the status quo through our research and through evidence. Next, we've got thought leadership. We want to be leading in this space, and we want to bring you along with us. So through events like this, where we can come together, talk about pressing and pertinent issues, and share in collective solutions, that is for us an important way forward. But through all of this, we can't forget the people with lived experiences, the communities that we touch, and the human stories that they tell. We want to tell African authentic stories from the people who are living them in respectful and real ways. You saw one of the stories today of a fellow named Marvin who is here today somewhere, and we want to continue to do things like that to reach the hundreds of thousands of youth that we need to. So where can you find us? You'll find us on social media, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, X, all those places. At events like this, The Gathering, we have quarterly webinars, and we continue to do outreach through podcasts, newsletters, and all those different platforms. At the end of the day, the heart of our mission is to enable thriving youth. And we see communications as an incredible pillar and an incredible pillar and vehicle in which to do this. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Tony. Yes, that brings us to the end of this session. I just want to thank all of you for your patience with us. We started late. Just want to thank you for your patience. But what I hope you can leave this session with is just both inspiration and motivation that, those who are closer to the problem are closer to the solution. Complex problems requires, complex solutions. And when it comes to mental health, I think we do have a great opportunity, as folks who are working in this country, in this context, in this area, to reimagine what mental health should look for us, to build solutions around that, to make sure these solutions are evidence-based and supported by rigorous research, to make sure that they're scalable, to think about all of these levers that we're going to be able to utilize to get towards the impact, that we dream of. We've set up these really, kind of ambitious goals. As Kevin said, we can't, do it alone, and this is an invitation to all of you to be part of this journey together, because we have this, really exciting, in my opinion, and a really powerful opportunity to do something, truly remarkable, to really shape the future and build the future of mental health, not as it is now, but as we imagine it should be for our context, in a way, that works for us, that matters for us. And I think that eventually is important in helping us, arrive at a state where all aspects of our life can be considered good, where we can flourish and thrive, not just young people, but individually, communities, etc. So after this, we have a lunch break. I will kindly ask that we hasten our lunch break. And then after the lunch break, we're going to have the different breakout rooms. I was given a sheet on one of the breakout rooms, but I've lost the sheet. So I think the duos track is going to be here. Son, is that correct? Yes, and maybe you can tell us where the tracks will be.
Me again for some housekeeping. So, doers track will stay in this room. If you are unsure of your track, please head back out to the check-in area. Somebody will be able and ready to help you to identify which room you're in. If you are in the science track, you will see signage that will lead you behind us to a room back here. And then finally, policy and tech, where we had tea. If you look straight ahead, back there are going to be 2 rooms, which you will see clearly labeled. So that's where we'll head after lunch. And as you exit, you'll find Shamirians waiting at the door. Please make sure you take a lunch card. It looks like this, and it'll allow you to go in and get lunch.
Yeah, and then just finally, after the session at 4 p.m., we will be having tea, but I invite all of you to just spend some time, with research posters. The students who made the posters will be at the stations. They're really eager and excited to share with all of you all the things they've been working on. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to that, and I just want to encourage all of you to do that. So, happy lunch, and see you all after lunch. Thank you.
the running pose, yeah? So one foot in front of the other, and then we try and move our hands as fast as we can, okay? For 20 seconds. And then when I say switch, we'll all switch to the other leg and do the same thing for the next 20 seconds. Okay? Instructions understood? 20 seconds, right foot in front of the left. We're really vigorously moving our arms like we're running somewhere. I say switch, switch to our left foot in front, and we do the same thing. Got it? All right. And don't stop until I tell you the timer is done. Okay, great. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Let's run, let's run, let's run, let's run, let's run, let's run, let's run. Okay, 10 seconds have just gone. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. 8 more seconds, let's go. Let's go, I know, let's go. Okay, almost, now switch. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. 15 more seconds, 15 more seconds. 10 more seconds. Let's make this last seconds count. 8, 7, let's go guys, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Great. That was our workout, yeah? All right, great. I think now we're all ready for the panel. I will hand it over to Joram to take over.
Thanks, Natalie. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me from the back? Can I see a raised hand at the back confirming that they can hear me? Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so welcome to the afternoon session. With me is a panel, and I think I'll start from the panelists online. Sean. Sean is there. I'm still... The renewal was quite intense, huh? Yeah, Sean Mayberry is a CEO and founder Strong Minds. So Sean can say hi.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, on this stage, we'll start with Julia Greenland. Julia is a Managing Director, Healthy Brains Global Initiatives. Say hi.
Yes. Hello, everyone. And this is Louisa. She's very experienced.
And we have Rahim, leading strategy at Shamiri. Yeah, we'll, in the interest of time, Sean is a bit stretched on time, so we'll just go straight into the discussion questions. And I hope, in as much as it's going to be a short, we're going to make it as meaningful as possible. So maybe I'll start with the first question. For Sean, maybe briefly tell us about your organization and your work, the work that you guys are doing with the communities. And if you have any quick wins that you've already had, maybe you can also feel free to share.
Yeah, thanks. It's great to be here.
I'm the founder of Strong Minds. Strong Minds really works to improve the mental health of people of all ages in Africa. We do that by focusing on depression. We use a simple form of group talk therapy to help individuals overcome depression. Our headquarters is in Kampala. We also have a large country office in Zambia. We started in Uganda way back in 2013, so we're coming up on 13 years of work. Earlier this year, we actually treated patient number 1 million. That was in May of this year.
And by the end of this year, we will actually be at patient number 1.5 million. So really in the last few years, our numbers have really just skyrocketed. And that's really thanks to just deep collaborations and partnerships with the governments where we work, particularly in Uganda and Zambia. But we also have what we call boots on the ground in a number of additional countries, including Malawi, Kenya, and Tanzania. And really in the last few years, through our government collaborations, we've started running all of our groups using government personnel. That can be CHWs, VHTs, depending on what country you're in, or public school teachers. So today we have a cadre of about 2,500 volunteers who run groups for us. The term volunteer isn't exactly accurate. We actually pay these individuals. And that's really leading to significant scale. As I said, by the end of this year, we'll treat 1.5 million people cumulative since 2013. But just in calendar year 2026, next year, we will treat 1 million total people. So yeah, Strong Minds is working really to make a change for those living with depression in Africa. And that's what Strong Minds is all about.
Thanks, Sean. I'll bounce the same question over to Julia. What are you guys doing at Healthy Brains with the communities that you're working with?
Yes, thanks so much. So I work for Healthy Brains Global Initiative. We are experts on outcomes-based finance with a special interest in mental health. We work through partners across the world, but in my purview in Africa, to tie programming as closely as possible to the needs of the community and to create programs that are designed in a way that allows decisions to be made as proximately and to indicators that are as meaningful to the community as possible. We work at the moment in Kenya and South Africa, and really work through a really amazing range of partners.
Thanks, Julia.
Louisa is currently unemployed.
Yes, over to you, Rahim. What are some of the initiatives that you're doing with the communities you're working with at Shamiri?
Yeah, so I won't repeat what you guys heard from Tom this morning, but you know, we work primarily with high school students across Kenya, but we've also done pilots in Ethiopia, South Africa, Ghana, and the US as well. But over the last 2.5 years, we've worked with about 200,000 high school students in Kenya, and as you will have seen in the presentation before lunch, have ambitions to be at 10 million a year by 2032. So, you know, still a long way to go for us to get to where Strong Minds is headed, but we're trying to catch up.
Thanks, Rahim. Just a bit of background. The panelists we are talking to right now are all either members, founding members, or allies. So to the next question, the coalition is anchored on 3 main pillars. The first one is the lay provider innovation pillar. The second one is advocacy and dialogue. And finally, there is the pillar around research and common measures. Question to the panelists, could each one of you speak to your respective goals towards all, or at least 2 of the pillars in the coalition? Maybe we'll start with Julia, and we proceed to Sean.
Certainly. I mean, essentially, the way that we look at development, and especially in the mental health space, is that there's really an opportunity to shift where decisions are made. And we believe that that means drawing directly from the needs and aspirations of the people who are receiving the services, either as treatment or as prevention or whatever it is. And that means that we have supported a lot of community-based lay models, but our role has really been to help those organizations achieve the way that the community sees wellness, not the way that we might describe wellness in a donor office in London, or even in a program design workshop in a capital like Nairobi, but really allow them to be closely tied to the ways that the users themselves see wellness, see improvement, and see feeling better.
Thank you. Sean?
Yeah, no, thanks, Durham. For Strong Minds, we are focused on the advocacy and dialogue workstream within the Coalition for Scaling Mental Health. What we see happening there, it's just so important, right? When you think of the mental health implementation space, that group, that community doesn't really have a single voice. You see a lot of convenings in the mental health space, typically with a focus on research, maybe a focus on fundraising, but the implementers are oftentimes not front and center. So this is an opportunity using advocacy tools and strategies to really start to give mental health implementers globally, and certainly with a focus in Africa, a voice, a seat at the table, if you will. So for me, there's a lot of things that we'll be doing in that advocacy work stream through the Coalition for Scaling Mental Health. Advocacy workshops, helping partners understand and develop advocacy tools themselves, providing toolkits, providing forums, global convening forums to bring people together. So about building that advocacy house, if you will, around the implementers so that we know what we're doing and that we can really start to have a unified voice out there as we think about advancing really a global mental health approach and strategy.
Thank you. Thanks, Sean. Rahim?
Yeah, so I could talk a little bit about research and common measure. It's that work is being led by Friendship Bench and Dixon in particular, who unfortunately wasn't able to make it today. But the kind of what we're trying to do around that work area is, currently I think most organizations use the PHQ, GAD to measure depression and anxiety, but both of those questionnaires, and in fact the DSM-5, which kind of informs those questionnaires, are pretty outdated and also not built for measuring mental health outcomes in the context that we work in. And so the work that Dixon is trying to do and has made progress on is building a common measure for organizations like Shamiri and Strong Minds that are focused on task shifting to lay providers. For the communities that we work in, how can we more accurately measure what is the prevalence of different mental disorders and what is the current condition of communities we work in when it comes to mental health. And then around lay provider innovation, as I kind of spoke to a bit earlier, there are lots of different task shifting models that work. Strong Minds, Friendship Bench, Shamiri has their own. There are other members that we have in the coalition, TINADA, I think well-being. So there's different members, and each of them has their own way of task shifting that, each of which has its merits. And so part of what we want to do with the coalition is create kind of a toolkit of, what is best practice when it comes to lay provider models, where can we share learning with one another so that organizations in the space have resources to inform how they build and how they scale their programming.
Thanks for that. We're going to shift gears a bit, and we're going to look at matters collaboration within the coalition. And the first question will go to Sean. Sean, what specific problems or opportunities brought the coalition founding members and by extension the members together?
What brought us together really was when you think of the mental health implementation space, it's what I would say is highly fragmented, right? We're all kind of working our problems alone. We're not getting together. We're not sharing knowledge. We're not talking to each other. I think a good example is if you look at Strong Minds and Friendship Bench, who have roughly been in operation about the same amount of time. We never really spoke to each other substantively until the last couple of years through the coalition. So you really have all these islands out there doing really good work, but not sharing information, not learning from one another, and not helping to speak with one voice. Friendship Bench will go and try to raise money from a donor and explain why mental health matters. And then Strong Minds will walk in and do the same thing again, as opposed to kind of combining forces and being a lot more efficient. So what we saw as the opportunity with the coalition was to stop this fragmentation, I guess you could say defragmentize the global mental health space of implementation and bring us together so we can really talk with one voice to stakeholders, be it the governments or funders, but also begin to share amongst ourselves all of the learnings we have, right? Friendship Bench, Shamiri, and many others are doing really great work, have their own innovations, but we don't have a forum or a mechanism to share those learnings. So again, you have these islands of implementers who are really reinventing the wheel over and over and over, which is, of course, highly inefficient. And when you think about sub-Saharan Africa, where funding for mental health is so limited, efficiency is the number one term, right? Because we don't have a lot of money. We have to be uber efficient. And that lack of efficiency of reinventing the wheel is just so harmful. It ultimately just reduces our impact. So those are just some of the key reasons why Strong Minds came together with others to form the coalition, because there's such opportunities out there.
To Rahim, what is the difference between scaling your individual models versus scaling collaboration as a practice?
Good question. So, I think all the members of the coalition are kind of passionate about mental health care being there for everyone that needs it. And so collaboratively, we are focused on lay provider care for all communities that need it. And so collectively, that's the goal that we're working towards. And obviously, each organization has its own priorities, but I think the fact that the founding members have been able to come together and figure out what are common work areas and principles that we can all share and collaborate on together shows a commitment to wanting to achieve these shared goals. So at Shamiri, you would have seen some of the goals we have for the years ahead, but we're equally committed to collaborating with members of the coalition to achieve shared goals. And so I think that the two can kind of go hand in hand in parallel, as long as there's dedicated resource in each organization for achieving those shared objectives. And so as much as we want to scale our work at Shamiri, it's equally important for us to do work around advocacy and research and creation of a common measure, because it's not only helping all these other organizations working in the space, but also benefits each individual organization in their own right.
Thank you. Over to you, Julia. Everybody in the coalition works in different you work in different organizations and geographies. You've adopted different models. How do you navigate between maintaining your organizational identity while working towards common outcomes as a coalition?
And at HBGI, we're not service providers. We always work through others. So this is a really critical part of our work. I always think about how partnership's not an MOU. Partnership is not a handshake. It's not a first meeting. It's the day-to-day dozens, sometimes hundreds of interactions that your whole team has with another team. And all of those interactions lead to the success or failure or occasionally really transformational potential of those partnerships and those collaborations. And I often find it helpful to think about partnerships the same way that you would think about a big organizational change process. And in organizational change, you always talk about, first of all, being really clear on why and what you're doing. Again, it's not sufficient to have it sitting in an MOU. Everybody who's part of this partnership needs to understand how this links back to their values and ambitions as an organization and what exactly is expected of them. You need to communicate, much as Louise is right now. And you need to communicate generously and often. You need to ensure that you are, thank you. And you need to ensure that communication is not just giving people tasks. It's really aligning why people are spending time and putting effort into this partnership that may not necessarily have a direct impact on the things that they want to achieve as their own organization. You need to ensure that you're giving feedback, not just when things go wrong, but especially when things go right, and that feedback is timely and thoughtful. And then for me, I think the thing that I always add to that is that you need to care for your change makers. The people in your organization that are working on that collaboration and who are working towards that greater goal have a really thankless day in, day out challenging task, and you need to ensure that they feel loved and appreciated for having put in that extra effort. And to me, if you've done all of those things, then we've kept our organizational identity. The genuineness and the depth of our partnerships is exactly who we are. So I don't feel that there's a tension there.
Thank you. The next question is to Rahim and Sean. At inception of the coalition, how did you assess whether you are the right fit for each other as a founding members of the coalition?
Rahim, would you like me to go first?
It wasn't the hair and the beard.
No, it wasn't the lack of hair or beard. I think I had hair when I first met Sean, and then I was inspired to copy his look. No, I think I think part of it is building trust with one another. So as much as when we first met, the three organizations first met, I think in 2022 in Nairobi, we had like a work session where we were, starting to draw out what a coalition could look like, where there was overlap between the organizations and what we could do together. But outside of that, we also informally, I think we had a meal together and had a drink together. And I think part of that, learning about each other outside of the workspace helps to build trust and, see that these are personable people, cool people who are passionate about doing things that you're also passionate about doing. And so that's, I think, part of what brought us together and helped us to see that this was worth pursuing together as a collective. But maybe Sean has other thoughts, I don't know.
No, those are great points, Rahim. I think to add to that, what really brought us initially together, I guess it was 22, like Rahim said in Nairobi, was really we all for the Mullah. And just making a call, other successful call, that foundation to brought us together. Rahim said, we just realized this initial meet aligned, passion, same problems, and really saw a better world or coalition of partners where we could really help each other. So it was just so well aligned across so many factors.
To there for a minute, I don't know whether it was was it connectivity on our side or it was on Sean's side? Okay, yeah, we'll continue. I know everyone here belongs to an organization, so we are going to discuss a little bit about organizational challenges. And the first question is, mental health still carries stigma, and across many African contexts. How is your organization navigating cultural barriers or resistance to your specific communities? And I think this question is for Julia.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think, we say the question says across African contexts, but it's really across the world. I myself have lived experience of not getting the help that I needed to save my life, really, even though services were at my door because of stigma. And I think that as we've approached this work, we've really tried to meet people where they are. Our flagship program at the moment is in the Limpopo region of South Africa. For those of you who haven't been to Limpopo, it's a very remote part of South Africa. It's heavily affected by mining and extractives. And there's a huge amount of very young pregnancy, very young motherhood. And we began a program there to support mothers, many of whom were adolescents, though also some older mothers, in supporting their mental health through their motherhood and early motherhood journeys. And one of the things that we found was when we really listened to the community, that the way that we had thought of qualifying program success through diagnosis, getting people to services, making sure they can navigate those services, just did not appeal at all. The people in those communities did not want to be diagnosed. The stigma of being diagnosed was huge, and the potential upside was really small because they knew that they would have to wait sometimes up to 9 months to even get a referral. And that even once they were referred to services, they didn't necessarily want to take them up. So we built a program around outcomes that were, again, described by the people themselves. So mothers in this community talked about not feeling like people cared about them once they were pregnant. They talked about not being unable to connect with their own mothers and with their community. They talked about not trusting or feeling disregarded by the health providers, often very good health providers that they were already seeing. So we built a model with our amazing partners there, an organization called Right to Care, where we had a lay provider who essentially inserted herself into the existing care pathway. So when these girls and women were coming for their antenatal visits, she was also in the waiting room, and then she was sometimes also in the consultation room with them. She was supporting them with things that were within her skill set, like emotional identification, coping mechanisms, etc. And it was only the most difficult cases, and which turned out to be about 5% of the people that we saw, that ended up having to be referred onward to more intensive services. That allowed us to essentially allow these girls and women to navigate this process without the stigma. They were going to the same appointments they always had. They weren't necessarily even defining themselves and self-stigmatizing as unwell, as much as just somebody who needed support in their journey. And we found that preventative story to be very compelling. And further, it's something that we were able to build the entire program around by having payments tied to that. So instead of paying the service provider for the number of people who were, say, referred for care, or the people who actually got to a psychiatrist, they were paid based on outcomes set by the girls and women themselves. So things like, I feel cared for, I feel excited, not just overwhelmed, to be with my baby. I feel like I love my baby. All those things are now what the program is built on, and that allows people to completely avoid the stigmatized pathway.
Thank you. Sean, what is the hardest part of collaboration across organizations? And while at it, have you ever had disagreements or struggles? And how did you manage that?
Sure. Can you guys hear me okay? Is the connection all right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. The hardest about collaboration, there are hard parts about it, right? It always feels easier to just do things alone, but that's rarely the right answer, right? There's strength in numbers. The hard part is really about getting alignment. Are these two organizations have the same interests, the same end goals? Do they have similar approaches? I mean, for Strong Minds, we have tons of partners. Our biggest, most important partners are our government partners, but we've worked with tons of nonprofits, NGOs as well. And some of those partnerships have been very successful, and some have not been successful. I think what we learned early on was really to be careful in forming partnerships and to understand that you need a lot of alignment. We would look at all sorts of things with partners in terms of, if we were trying to share our talk therapy model with that partner, do they have the staff who's capable to learn our model? Are they collecting data? Do we even share the same values so that 6 months down the road, we don't find major gaps that make the partnership actually fail? So I think the point there, that what we've learned on good partnerships, is to take our time and to really make sure that we're well suited. Rarely can you find a partner, have 1 or 2 meetings, and then just launch it and expect success. So I think, again, the points are about having patience and just being careful and knowing that partnerships don't naturally always work. We've had a number of examples where we've had to end partnerships 6, 12, 18 months into it. And for us, we always try to get that partnership to work after spending so much time in it. But we're also not hesitant to be able to look at the data and kind of read the writing on the wall, if you will, and say, this partnership just isn't going where we're wasting our time. So what we have never done is, continue with a partnership 2-3 years. To be in that selection, and hopefully that pays off in the long term.
Thank you. We have a few minutes left, so I'll ask Rahim, what is the vision for the future of the coalition, and are there any things you want to double down on?
Well, tune in on the 25th of November for the full answer to that question. But, I think Joram identified what our 3 focus areas are for the next 12 to 18 months around advocacy and dialogue, pioneering lay provider innovation, and research and common measurement. And so for each of those areas, I think we want to make a concerted effort to raise money and make progress with advancing in those 3 areas. So getting closer towards having that common measure, doing more work, policy work around advocating for task shifting and lay provider models with national governments, but also regionally as well. And then finally, being able to actually build that resource bank and collect stories from the field about what lay provider best practice looks like. So that's a little bit about what we'd like to do, but when you tune in a couple of weeks, you'll hopefully hear more.
Thank you. To Julia, and as an ally member, what have you learned about what it takes to scale mental health interventions, particularly in the African context?
Yeah, I think it's, so someone said something last week that really struck me, which is that in a lot of ways, our scale model in the impact world is drawn from the, Industrial Revolution, where the idea is to create something as standard as possible, with as high fidelity as possible, as cheaply as possible, and as quickly as possible, and that's scale. And yes, some companies, of course, still do work that way, your Coca-Colas and your McDonald's. But if you look at really today's most valuable companies, that's not their scale model at all. They're all platforms where people are able to personalize and adjust and select their own experiences. And it really strikes me that we are missing an opportunity if we don't build that same flexibility and that same individualization into the way that we scale mental health interventions. And I'm so excited to see the creativity in this sector continue. I've seen the 2-minute sign, so I'll pass to Rahim.
Yeah, maybe to Sean, actually. What is that one mistake you made earlier in the collaboration journey that others could avoid?
I think in hindsight, we've really been leading the coalition, the 3 organizations, Shamiri, Friendship, and but it's been difficult, right? Because it's really been the CEOs of each organization kind of giving their time to the coalition almost as a hobby. I think ideally, if we could do it again, at least from my perspective, we would have identified maybe an outside external executive director, or identified one of the 3 organizations to really take the lead to help speed up and make decisions. There's inherent weakness in having 3 equal people running an organization, who's really in charge, who's responsible. So for me to do it again, it would have been to have really selected one strong leader to help push us forward.
Thank you. And to Rahim, if someone is leaving the room today and is wanting to join the coalition, what should they first do? What is the first step they should take?
You should visit the website, scalingmentalhealth.org. Have a read through. I think the coalition has, five shared principles that each member needs to subscribe to, but we have, tiers of membership. So we have members that are implementers out in the field, delivering lay provider models, but we also have allies that are, supportive of lay provider models without necessarily being implementers. And so I think if you're interested in the space, there's ways in which to join either as a member or as an ally, whether it's, research or policy or implementing is your key area of interest. I think there's many different aspects that you can subscribe to whilst being in the coalition. Scalingmentalhealth.org is where you can apply to be a member or an ally.
Thank you. No questions have come in yet. Can we take one, maximum 2 questions from the audience, if there's any? Yes.
Hello. So, hi there. I really appreciate the panel speakers. You all have been amazing, dropping gems. I'm struggling to keep up. But for a bit of context, we are working in Somalia with a startup trying to connect patients with therapists. Now, the key thing, because you're speaking about the coalition and co-creating and bringing together different organizations to really make a difference in the mental health space. How do you best start that in a place that barely has the foundations of it? Does that make sense? And what steps should you focus on? Should you be immediately starting with the government? Should you be immediately focused on making your own impact and then involving other organizations as they develop? So yeah, that's kind of the question.
I think there's pros and cons to your context because, yes, there's not much existing infrastructure, but that's almost because you have a blank slate to build the mental health infrastructure for Somalia. And so, you're not kind of, in your context, you're not, you don't have these like traditional Western models that are a bit outdated, don't necessarily work. You have the opportunity to really build from the ground up. And so, I can't say necessarily what will work best, but I think you probably know better than anyone how you can build something that can work in Somalia and work across Somalia. So yeah, I think having the opportunity to build with a almost blank slate is really cool. And I think that you're able to be so innovative when you're in that context.
And I would add to that, like there is always an ecosystem. So while it's always tempting to kind of focus on small problems that seem solvable, I would really encourage you to take a systems look, because there are payers in your context, right? There are probably people paying out of pocket. There is infrastructure, even if it's underused. There is, I'm sure, demand, even if people don't recognize it in themselves. So I would encourage you to look across and think, where does my organization fit? And look at the gaps. Don't feel like you need to fill all those gaps, because of course no one organization can. But think about which is the gap that I'm really going to solve for. And I think if you take that systems look in the beginning rather than treating it as a problem later, you'll find yourself miles ahead by the time the ecosystem springs up around you.
Thank you. Maybe as a parting shot. Oh yes, Sean. Yes, Sean, you have something?
If I could just add quickly, I so agree with what Raheem and Julia said. Strong Minds worked in the United States for a couple of years and failed miserably. One of the big learnings we had, it was actually easier to do our mental health programming in Africa than in the US. So when I think of Somalia, it is that blank slate. And one of the values that the coalition would add to this gentleman and with his team in Somalia is just linking to other organizations Africa in terms of what they've learned in their resource constrained settings and how we could actually work with you and help you, maybe even add you some technical advice or expertise, and to realize that you're not doing this alone, but tons of opportunities. And I just agree so strongly with the panel responses.
Thanks, Sean. We'll take one final burning question.
Actually, I think we can take two.
Okay, let's make it two.
So I think she was first, then you can go next.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Susan Sindani. I am a strategic communications consultant and agenda expert. I think I wanted to ask, in your experience, having been in this space for the longest time, how has it been working with partners from the different spaces? Let's say the health space, the education space, the governance space, the climate space. Has it been you approaching them, or are we getting to a point where some of them are actually approaching to partner with you? And how has the narrative shifted around that? Because I know mental health is underlying across every aspect of humanity, but sometimes we treat it as an independent aspect of the human life. So what has been your experience working with other partners in other spaces?
Yeah, Sean has been in the space the longest.
I'll take the first shot. No, we've definitely seen a change over the last decade plus. Really, I view it as that pendulum has really shifted. In the early years, it was Strong Minds kind of pushing and advocating the mental health message to all partners, be it NGOs or the government. But really, we've seen in the last few years that pendulum shifting, and now potential partners, be it NGOs or governments or others, and even funders, are actually coming to us without us going to them first. So it's gone from us pushing to there being some pull effect from the external community, which is a great sign. And it just becomes, with the pandemic, there was increased awareness in mental health. And now organizations are really starting to understand that mental health really matters. It's not a second thought or an add-on. And they're coming to us to say, how can you help our organization, be it a school or a ministry, even a community, or even a private company? So that increased mental health awareness is really helping us in the implementation space.
Yeah, I mean, I would just add to that. I mean, I think the mental health space is really at a bit of a fork in the road. And for so long, it's been a passion program of so many people, but it's been so under-resourced. And it's suddenly it's still under-resourced, but it's less under-resourced than it used to be. And we're kind of at this turning point where either we can go and become like every other siloed health area, which is funded kind of alone, like there's nothing else in the world, or there's really an opportunity to be more integrated, more thoughtful, more closely tied to the outcomes that actually matter for people. So to me, it's incredibly exciting. And I think other organizations and other sectors are getting that memo. A lot of organizations are now realizing that mental health is something that that they've been leaving impact on the table by not looking at mental health on their own. So I think there's definitely a lot more interest and a lot more engagement.
Yeah, nothing to add from me.
Okay, hello. I'm Kanana Gikunda. I come from Finding Me Community. So Finding Me Community, we create peer-led safe spaces for young people in campuses and in universities, colleges, of course, to find a safe space to have better mental health and also gain skills to flourish. And we are now trying to sustain, we want our model to be sustainable, and also we want to scale, and we are right now looking at partners. We're still like very, very young in the industry and just trying to figure our way out. So maybe you could advise us on maybe what to look at, because we are working with communities, maybe in terms of partnerships. What can we really look at? Another question was, Rahim talked about 25th of November. I just wanted to know what's happening that day. Yeah, because you told us to tune in.
Yeah. Okay, I can answer your second question first. So the 25th of November is the coalition's first convening of founder members, allies, like for the first time ever. So if if you're able to, do apply to be a member. It sounds like you'd probably fit in, if not the member, then the ally status. So if you apply before the 25th, then you'll get a link to join the Zoom call when it takes place. Your first question was around advice for a young organization. I think that, you know, as a young organization, you're able to move pretty rapidly. I think as you get bigger and bigger, it's a bit harder to be as nimble as you were when maybe you're like, you know, 2, 3, 4 employees. Maybe you're not even employees yet. Maybe you're just, you know, taking time out to try and see if it's something that that you can make into a business. And so, you know, I think you have this ability to work really rapidly and iterate your model and your practice really rapidly to be able to see what sticks and what works. And, you know, once you think you have something that may work, I think testing it rigorously is important because you want to be able to show to others that you have something that works. And I think that's what attracts funding, not just from philanthropy or grants, but also from the individuals that you're working with. So I think you said university and college students. If you're able to show them evidence that what you're doing works, then, you know, maybe they're also willing to pay for it. So yeah, I think, you know, being able to move rapidly and start to build an evidence base is what I'd advise at an early stage.
Thanks, Rahim. Sean, do you want to add something? Or?
Yeah, no, that's great advice from Rahim. I would just add a couple of points, like when it comes down to iterating your model, what we always say at Strong Minds is we have never fallen in love with our model. We're always happy to change it, to tear it apart, to make it simpler, so we're not anchored to the original model. So yeah, don't fall in love with it. Always keep the costs super low. I mean, sustainability will be a lot easier with a low-cost model than a high-cost model, obviously. Keep the model low cost, keep the model simple. And just know too that the sustainability channel or how that will happen will probably change over time. So keep the model low cost and simple, don't fall in love with it. And know that maybe sustainability is going to take a couple of years for you to understand where and how that's going to happen. I mean, right now for Strong Minds, our sustainability is all through government partnerships. But in the early years, we didn't think that because in those early years, you know, governments in Africa wouldn't talk to us about mental health. So if at the time for us to say, oh, our sustainable model is working with the governments, that made no sense because the governments wouldn't even talk to us. But things have changed and now they talk to us and now there are pathways to sustainability. So it's changed over time. So just learning from that.
Thank you. Maybe we're already way over past time, so I'll request the panelists to just give us one parting shot, a minute each. Start with you.
Scalingmentalhealth.org. Check it out. That is my parting shot.
No, just to say thank you so much to everyone. I love being in mental health spaces so much because everyone who is here because they really care about it. There's so much energy in this room, so much energy brought from Tom and others who spoke to us before. So all of us, let's do our part to keep that energy up, keep adapting, keep and keep really working with focus and with passion on the change that we want to see.
Go on. I was going to say quickly before Sean goes, shout out to Julia for bringing her baby and managing to handle all of that.
Everyone else here was bald, so I needed one.
I don't have a strong parting shot. I just wish I was in the room with everybody so I could get to see you and get to know you. Feel free to reach out to me, Sean at strongminds.org. But happy to be here, happy to find new partners and friends in this community. So together we can scale mental health throughout Africa. So thanks for having me today.
Thank you, Durham.
Yes, thanks everyone. And maybe please join me in giving a round of applause to the awesome panelists. And for your attentive listening as well. So thank you very much, and yeah.
Guys, we can do better than that. Come on. Yes, we really, really appreciate all of our panelists. Also, let's give a round of applause for Joram. I mean, he's done well, right? Yes, thank you so much. All right. So unfortunately, unlike Natalie, I may not have a very hyperactive activity for you guys, but I'd like us to stand up just for 1 minute, okay? So let's stand up very quickly. The next session we're about to have is a lot more interactive. So if you have like your laptop near you, maybe like a water bottle, just move it aside just a bit. Yes, so I think it's easy to forget that we're in a mental health event. So I'd just like us to do a very brief mindfulness activity, all right? I know now the food is settled, you've listened to so many things, maybe your mind now is very full. You might be thinking about stressful ideas. There's good stress and bad stress, but we want the good one. Cindy? Yes, so I want us to close our eyes just for a moment. And so I want you to take a very deep breath in. So through your nose, so deep breath in, hold, and breathe out. One more time, take a deep breath in, hold, and breathe out. Then I want you to just shake your body a bit. So from your shoulders, if you're feeling there's any place that's stuck, if you're feeling like your feet somewhere, your joints, just shake. Make sure you're a bit loose. All right? Then turn to your neighbor. Open your eyes, it's okay. Turn to your neighbor, look at them, and show them a very big smile. Very big smile. Make sure they see your last molar, premolar. Yes. Then you can appreciate yourself as you sit down. Yes, have your seats, have your seats. Great. So as you might see in front of you, or as it could be set up around your table, there is manila paper. So the next activity that we're going to do, I'm not sure whether the slides are plugged in, but it's well and good. So we've had a lot of conversations around collaboration. And again, as Rahim said, kindly check out the website, scalingmentalhealth.org. You'll get a lot of information there. But aside from that, we are really talking about collaboration. And I think collaboration, apart from the organizational levels, because that's where the real system change happens, it starts with individuals. So the next session is going to focus on us having a conversation within our table. So that's what I was saying, if you're in a table that you're alone, or maybe you're just three of you, we'd really recommend that you join a table that has a bit more people. Don't worry about your things, they're safe. But yeah, so we really want to have some conversations around collaboration. So the session today, or at least for the next couple of minutes, is around barriers and breakthroughs. So you have around you some sticky notes, and then you have a manila paper. So you're going to split that manila paper, not cut it, but just like draw a line somewhere right at the center. And then on one side, you're going to write breakthroughs. Then on the other side, you're going to write barriers. Then there was a question I wanted it displayed there, but I'm not sure why it's not still up, but let me just read it out so that you're together. So just make sure you have a sticky note near you. Just a moment. All right. So the session is not going to be very lengthy, but the idea here is to get us like talking to one another. So I want you to think around any breakthrough, any challenges or barriers that you think organizations in general face or individuals face when it comes to collaborating. So like, for example, it could be funding problems, could be whatever it is, but what are the big challenges? It could be for what you've heard even from the panelists, but what are the key barriers, especially on an individual level, that you feel organizations experience as far as collaboration is concerned? So that's the first part of the activity. So what you're going to do is write down which barrier comes to mind individually, and then I want you to discuss within your group, like share what barrier that is, and really expound on how you feel that barrier is hindering you and your organization or any other organization from really collaborating. So I hope the instructions are clear. No? Let me repeat. So basically, you're thinking about any barriers to collaboration, all right? So think about whether it's at an organizational level or it's at an individual level, what hinders organizations from collaborating with one another? And then write that barrier down on your sticky note, and then, thank you for asking for emphasis. So you'll place the sticky note on on the side of the barriers so that your team at least knows you've pitched something there, and then share with your group. So you can self-organize in the way you feel is best for your group, but ideally, we want us to talk. So once you're done, you can begin having conversations for the next 10 minutes. If you need any assistance, myself, my colleague Natalie is still around. We are here. So once that's done, I'll guide you on the next part. We're going to take around 5 to 10 minutes, so let's try to get talking. Introduce yourself. Yes, there we go. What commonly stops organizations from effectively collaborating? For those of us online, unfortunately, we might not be able to involve you fully, but stick around. We are still here. Don't worry, if it's awkward at first, it's still fine, but let's keep talking. If you're scared of talking to your people, you can talk to me as well.
All right, everyone. We are wrapping up day one of the Shamiri Summit 2025, Wires and Signals. Thank you all for tuning in, being part of us. Thank you for joining us on this journey. And I'm hoping we'll see you again tomorrow. I hope you've learned a lot on the innovations. We have built connections, and we hope that we will do this again tomorrow. Also like to say thank you to all the speakers who came here today, all the panelists, even the organizers of this event, for hosting us, being with us every step of the way. Thank you to the organizers, the Glee Hotel, to our speakers, our presenters, our panelists, the students who came forward with their research. It was wonderful having all of you with us today, and we hope to see more of you tomorrow. Have a lovely evening and your night.